Chapter 1797. By the way, I heard that your ancestor has returned home. Hui Santong's expression turned unnatural as this sounded like an insult. However, there really was an ancestor who had returned home. Ancestor Hui Kong? I remember that Brother Lu met him in the technocracy. Lu Yin nodded. It's good that Brother Hui Kong is back safely. Hui Santong's eyes twitched. The ancestor mentioned Brother Lu. We hit it off right away. The ancestor asked the Hui family to help Brother Lu if possible. That's very kind of you. Hui Santong's face turned purple. He had called him the ancestor, but this fellow had called him brother. This bastard was clearly taking advantage of him. By the way, this is the wisdom root that the ancestor gave to Brother Lu. I came across Burial Garden on the way to the blazing mist flow zone, Hui Santong said as he handed the wisdom root to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he was very happy. Thank Brother Hui Kong for me. Tell him that I won't be polite. The wisdom root that the Hui family had planted was far inferior to the one that the ancestor had left behind. It couldn't even be considered a wisdom root, it was just a natural treasure. However, Lu Yin was already very satisfied. He could try to improve it or plant it. In any case, there was more than one method that he could try, and he urgently needed a true wisdom root to help him improve his strength. Hui Santong was disgusted, but he looked around and decided to leave. In any case, that jade stone wouldn't be his if he stayed here. Coincidentally, the stone pillar that had appeared before appeared once again. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the towering pillar that had suddenly appeared. Have you tried to take it? Lu Tianmu had not recovered from his injuries and his face was pale. I tried, but the pillar disappeared before I reached the top. So fast. Lu Yin was shocked and subconsciously wanted to charge up. However, before he could move, someone appeared at the top of the pillar and grabbed the jade stone. Lu Yin immediately slapped out with his palm, but this attack was meaningless. His expression changed. Not good, inexpert. The pillar disappeared, and the person who had taken the jade landed gently on the ground. The moment he touched the ground, an unparalleled might shook the void and pushed Lu Yin and the others away. Lu Yin saw the newcomer's face and his eyes narrowed. Xia Yi? The newcomer was the head of the 7 courts Xia family, Xia Yi. Lu Yin had met this person twice before, once outside progenitor Chen's tomb and the other time in the Cosmic Sea. Xia Juyo was this person's son, and he had joined forces with Xia Luo to scheme against him. Although Xia Luo was also considered this person's son, this person was obviously biased towards Xia Juyo and had a grudge against Lu Yin for killing his son. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, this person had even ambushed Lu Yin in an attempt to use him to control the situation at the Cosmic Sea. This person's power level was over 700,000, and he was the head of the Xia family. However, he did not have the demeanor of a senior, and he was willing to launch a sneak attack while concealing his identity. Lu Yin was most wary of such people. He didn't expect this person to appear here. Hui Santong was astonished. He did not expect to encounter Xia Yi. Xia Yi looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent that made Lu Yin apprehensive. Santong greets Uncle Xia. Hui Santong bowed. Xia Yi looked at him and nodded. He then looked at Lu Yin and said coldly, "You attacked me just now." Lu Yin was apprehensive. "I didn't know that it was Senior Xia, or else I wouldn't have acted." "Is that so? You didn't act because it was useless. If you did, you would have acted, right?" Xia Yi asked coldly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I don't understand." Hui Santong hurriedly bowed again. "Uncle Xia, why are you here? Did the Burial Garden's door also appear in my 7 courts? Xia Yi looked deeply at Lu Yin and said, "It's everywhere in the human domain. It's not strange." Hui Santong frowned. "The Burial Garden is as famous as us, so why would their door appear in my 7 courts? Could it have been set up in the past?" Xia Yi looked at him. "Go back and ask your father." He then turned to Lu Yin. "This is the first time. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, he vanished. Lu Yin couldn't see where Xia Yi had gone. Xia Yi and Zhou were both powerhouses with power levels over 700,000, but they were fundamentally different. One was the master of Chaos God Mountain in the Innerverse, while the other was the head of the Xia family in the 7 courts. Even if their power levels were similar, there was still a difference in power. Zhou couldn't compare to Xia Yi at all. When they saw Xia Yi leave, Lu Yin and Hui Santong relaxed. If Xia Yi had insisted on attacking Lu Yin wasn't sure if he would have been able to escape. The Xia family's three-blade intents were too sharp, and his miniature armor might not have been able to withstand the third strike. Brother Lu, you're lucky that I'm here. Otherwise, Xia Yi might have attacked you, Hui Santong sighed, unceremoniously taking all the credit. Lu Yin was puzzled. Xia Yi is the head of the Xia family. Why would he enter the burial garden? Is there no one else in the Xia family? Hui Santong shrugged. Xia Juya was replaced by Xia Luo. That old man from the Xia family isn't happy with Xia Yi and is looking for trouble everywhere. He doesn't live up to his title as the head of the family. What else could he have done other than try his luck here? Lu Yin understood. No wonder a family head had been forced into the burial garden. Xia Ji was unhappy with him. How pitiful. He's the head of the 7 courts, but he's in such dire straits that he has to find his own destiny. He probably hates Xia Ji to death, and all of this. Hui Santong looked at Lu Yin. Almost all of this is related to you, Brother Lu. Be careful. He didn't attack you when I was around, but that might not be the case when I'm not around. Lu Yin felt a chill run down the back of his head as he recalled the time when Xia Yi had ambushed him in the Cosmic Sea. That guy might have done something like that. That jade is gone just like that? Shichi asked softly. The stone pillar in front of them had disappeared. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. It's gone. It's not ours. It doesn't belong to us. Cheap Fish slapped him. Idiot. Snatch it all away. It's all Lord Fish's. Two-legged beast, snatch it back for Lord Fish. Lord Fish wants to build a treasury. Hui Santong scratched his head. I'm leaving to prevent that Fan Shun from attracting the 6th mainland's experts. He might think that we were the ones who took it. That would be an injustice. Before he left, he waved at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, take care of yourself. Xia Yi isn't a magnanimous person. That guy is famous for being vengeful, and he's shameless. Lu Yin's eyes twitched and he looked into the distance. He had to find a way out of the burial garden as soon as possible. Hui Santong hadn't gone very far when he returned at an even faster speed. His face was pale and he looked extremely unsightly. He looked depressed and helpless, and he had the urge to slap himself. His words had come true. In the distance, ripples appeared in the void as a middle-aged woman slowly walked over. Her expression was icy. Every step she took pushed the space in all directions. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Although he couldn't see her rune lines, this woman gave him a very bad feeling. His domain couldn't even get close to her. Yes, she was an emissary, and not just any emissary. She brought him a sense of crisis. Lu Tianmu, Zhou Xian, and Shichi immediately retreated, as they also felt that something was amiss. Their eyes stung as they looked at the woman. As she pushed the void apart, the star energy within their bodies began to leak out uncontrollably. This was a terrifying phenomenon that only occurred when facing an emissary. Brother Lu, I'll leave this to you, Hui Santong muttered softly as he retreated behind Lu Yin. Although he couldn't see through an emissary's strength, he felt that this woman was much more difficult to deal with than the old man from before. Lu Yin had the same feeling. The woman looked at Lu Yin and said indifferently, 5th Mainland Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Someone from the 6th Mainland? The woman raised her head with an arrogant expression. Dao Source Sect, Jiu Han. Lu Yin's expression changed. Jiu? You're a descendant of the martial ancestor? Jiu Han was indifferent. It's good that you know. Hand it over. Lu Yin shrugged. You're too late. Xia Yi took it. Jiu Han frowned. Xia Yi? The head of your 5th Mainland 7 Courts Xia family? Lu Yin didn't hesitate to reveal Xia Yi's identity. That's right. He didn't go very far. Why don't you chase after him? Jiu Han sneered. How could the head of the 7 courts possibly enter burial garden? Even if there were people from the Xia family, they would at most be elders. Alliance Master Lu, you're messing with me. Lu Yin was helpless. It really was taken by Xia Yi. I can't explain the Xia family's matters to you. Right. He stepped aside and pointed at Hui Santong. He's from the Hui family. Ask him. Hui Santong's face paled, and when he saw Jiu Han's gaze sweep over, he cursed Lu Yin for being a bastard. That really was Xia Yi. I can swear on it. Jiu Han's tone was cold, and she didn't care about Hui Santong. She continued to stare at Lu Yin. It doesn't matter if it's Xia Yi or not. Pour out everything in your cosmic rings. I want to check everything. Lu Yin and the others' hearts sank. This was a robbery, especially Lu Yin. This was something he often said, but someone else had actually said it today. Thus, emptiness palm. Because he was afraid of Zhou Xian, Lu Yin hadn't tried to fight with her from the start. He had even mentioned Xia Yi's name because he didn't want to fight. If the item really wasn't with him, then fighting with Zhou Xian would be equivalent to taking the blame for Xia Yi. Lu Yin couldn't accept this, but this woman clearly wanted to rob him. The emptiness palm was extremely fast, and an invisible palm print directly landed on Zhou Xian's body. She hadn't expected Lu Yin to attack without any warning. Furthermore, it was a battle technique like the emptiness palm. She couldn't react in time and her abdomen was struck, sending her flying. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he hadn't been able to avoid the emptiness palm. This woman's power level definitely didn't exceed 700,000, which was around 600,000. She could even fight against a descendant of a martial ancestor. A shattering sound rang out from Zhou Xian's body, and she only reacted after being sent flying. She had actually been struck by a palm, and her defensive power vessel had even been shattered. This palm's power level exceeded 500,000 and she was furious. Her figure flashed into the astral source universe, and Lu Yin appeared in the next moment. I told you to go find Xia Yi, but you didn't. Today I'm going to take your cosmic ring. He then imprinted his arm with golden battle force and sent another palm strike. This one was much stronger than the previous one and it carried battle force. Zhou Xian's eyes widened. As a descendant of a martial ancestor, she was above millions of people in the Sixth Mainland. She spent most of her time in the Dao Source sect, and even universe imprinters treated her with respect. She had never been ambushed before and she had only entered the burial garden by chance. She had never expected to be beaten up by a junior. Chapter 1798. To Zhou Xian, this wasn't just a provocation. It was also an insult to her dignity. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian screamed, "Little bastard, I'll kill you." With a bang, the emptiness palm struck again. This time, Zhou Xian was prepared and water ripples appeared where the emptiness palm struck. The emptiness palm struck the water ripples, leaving behind 5 palm imprints. However, it was unable to break through the water ripples and attack Zhou Xian's body. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was ineffective? Lu Yin's hollow palm was rarely ineffective against a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000. He looked at Zhou Xian solemnly. This woman was definitely one of the best of her generation and she had even been a realmling when she was younger. After all, she was a descendant of a martial ancestor. Zhou Xian stared at Lu Yin coldly. In this astral source universe, the martial ancestor raised his right palm in a familiar posture. Lu Yin suddenly recalled Wu Taibai's attack during the Sovereign Tournament. It was the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, a secret technique created by the martial ancestor that ignored spatial distance. Bang! Lu Yin was also struck and sent flying out of the astral source universe. Zhou Xian had thought that the Seal of Mountains and Rivers would be enough to heavily injure Lu Yin, but she had not expected him to only be sent flying out of the astral source universe without being injured at all. Her gaze was fierce as she stepped out of the astral source universe and appeared in front of Lu Yin. "Bastard, let's see how many times you can block my attacks." She then raised her hand again and used the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Lu Yin sneered. This woman's attack was ineffective against his miniature armor. He allowed the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to strike him again as he raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm. Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Empty palm. Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Empty palm. The two continued to fight, but the Seal of Mountains and Rivers could not break through Lu Yin's miniature armor and the empty palm could not break through Zhou Xian's ripples. The two continued to exchange blows. Zhou Xian and the rest were stunned as they watched the space shatter and the shockwaves spread out. They exchanged glances and hurriedly left. Zhou Xian grew more and more sullen as the battle went on. Using the secret technique too frequently was a burden to her, but the empty palm was a regular attack against Lu Yin. She could not understand how he could have such terrifying attack power. His star energy had been suppressed but he could still use it. His pure physical strength could not only enter the astral source universe, but it was also unaffected by her suppression. Not even the martial ancestor. No wonder he was called the supreme of the younger generation. Even if the Dao Source 3 heavens joined forces, they would still be no match for him. This person must die. Zhou Han's gaze turned cold and he suddenly waved his hand. The void trembled and the water in the surrounding space suddenly condensed into balls of water. A chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet and he began to move. On the spot where he stood, the void suddenly shrank and a water ball also formed. Lu Yin appeared in the distance and watched with apprehension. This woman's ripples were not a power vessel but rather an innate gift. She had relied on her own strength to block the hollow palm, and as an imprint ancestor she had the ability to fight against someone with a power level of 700,000. Coupled with her secret techniques and unpredictable power vessels, even Lu Yin found it difficult to deal with her. I've already said that Xia Yi stole the jade. If you have the ability then go find him. Lu Yin shouted. Zhou Han no longer cared about the jade. He was completely focused on getting rid of Lu Yin. As long as this young man was alive, the sixth mainland would be suppressed. In the future he would definitely be able to dominate the sixth mainland. Once he became a progenitor he would be even more invincible. It was no wonder why the old ancestor had personally interfered in the sovereign tournament. She had originally wanted to prevent that prime clear from the Hall of Honor from breaking through, but in the end that brat had become a sovereign. With another wave of her hand, Zhou Han pushed her innate gift to its limits, attempting to drain Lu Yin of all the water in his body. This was a terrifying technique that many people possessed. They all had an innate gift of water and many knew this technique as well. However, not many were able to fully utilize it. Lu Yin's body contorted as his organs shrank, and he could not help but cough up blood. Zhou Han was trying to drain him of all the water in his body, but this was not something that an external object like the miniature armor could withstand. Little bastard, I'll turn you into a desiccated corpse just like the corpses in this cemetery. Lu Yin's eyes widened as the 9,300 stars circled around him, enveloping Zhou Han within. He then combined the cosmic sword technique with the 14th sword and slashed out. Zhou Han was unable to dodge and even her ripples could not be avoided. She was struck by the 14th sword and violently coughed up blood. Zhou Han wanted to use her innate gift to drain Lu Yin of all the water in his body, but Lu Yin countered with the 14th sword that could not be avoided. Both of them were injured at the same time. Lu Yin took this opportunity to erupt with his spiritual force, using the day-night salute. The scene around Zhou Han disappeared and she looked up. The first person she saw was the martial ancestor. Everything that had just happened was forgotten, and she could not help but kneel down. Zhou Han greets the old ancestor. The martial ancestor looked down at Zhou Han from above, raising a hand and pressing down with a single palm. Zhou Han did not dare to move as her life came from the martial ancestor. Even if he wanted to take her life she could not resist. Just as the martial ancestor's palm was about to strike her, the scene suddenly shattered. Zhou Han's body trembled as her thoughts returned to her. Her face was deathly pale. She had actually fallen into an illusion. She looked up. Lu Yin was half kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Behind him a ray of light flashed past, and with a thud, Lu Yin was pressed into the ground. Zhou Han looked into the distance but she could not see anyone. However, someone had indeed attacked Lu Yin. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin's back was in intense pain. Even with the miniature armor's protection, that attack had almost broken his tendons and bones. It had been Xia Yi, one of the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. The day-night salute easily controlled Zhou Han, but Lu Yin had not expected it to be that easy. This woman's spiritual force resistance was far weaker than he had expected. If not for Xia Yi's sneak attack he would have been able to defeat Zhou Han, unless she had a power vessel to protect herself. He had not expected to fall short of success. Xia Yi had definitely been hiding in the shadows all this time, and he had only acted when he saw that Zhou Han was about to be defeated. Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clenched his fists. He would remember Xia Yi. His body suddenly twisted. Not good, it was Zhou Han's method of draining him dry again. The stars around Lu Yin reappeared, and he wanted to use the 14th sword of Sirius again. However, it was not so easy this time. Zhou Han had used her astral source to wipe out the stars. Sirius was based on star energy and without it, Sirius could not be used. Another sharp ray appeared from another direction. It was Xia Yi again. Lu Yin released his force field and extended it endlessly, finally finding traces of Xia Yi behind him. Xia Yi snorted and slashed out, followed by two more. The Xia family's three styles of blade intent were very easy to recognize. Lu Yin's force field was torn apart by the blade intent, and he took out his splitting heavens array and released it in the direction of Zhou Xian and the three styles. 2 points in a line splitting heavens. A black line flashed past, and Zhou Xian's body flickered with ripples that blocked splitting heavens. The three styles of blade intent also collided with splitting heavens, and Lu Yin used this opportunity to move the star-scattered chessboard under his feet. He did not flee, but instead moved closer to Xia Yi and threw out a square to Xia Yi's astonishment. This was the power vessel that he had obtained from the frigid immortal sect's hidden treasury. It could trap envoys, and after Lu Yin upgraded it, it could trap someone with a power level of nearly 800,000. Xia Yi, he was caught off guard and trapped by the treasure. He tried to cut it off, but he found that it was very difficult to do so. Lu Yin looked at Xia Yi deeply before looking at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had also found him, and she took out a power vessel from her cosmic ring. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he headed in a certain direction without looking back. While the treasure could trap Xia Yi, it would not last for long. Xia Yi was the Xia family's patriarch, and he had many power vessels and battle techniques. Lu Yin did not know what methods he had, and Zhou Xian was a descendant of the martial ancestor. Lu Yin did not plan on fighting head-on, so he decided to avoid her for the time being. "You can't escape, you bastard." Zhou Xian barked and chased after him. Xia Yi continuously attacked the treasure, wanting to kill Lu Yin. This was a rare opportunity and he did not want to give it up. Zhou Xian was fast, but Lu Yin was not slow either. Zhou Xian constantly tried to drain him of his energy, but he was already prepared for this. He even used splitting heavens, which made Zhou Xian wary. After chasing for half a day, Lu Yin saw a burial garden gate in the distance and there was another person standing there. Lu Yin recognized this person. It was one of the transformed envoys from the Hall of Honor who had gone to the technocracy with him. Lu Yin was delighted and looked back at Zhou Xian. "Old woman, that's an emissary from the Hall of Honor. You still dare to chase after him?" Zhou Xian stopped and looked at the emissary standing outside the burial garden gate. She then looked back at Lu Yin and gritted her teeth. "Count yourself lucky, you bastard. I'll kill you the next time we meet." Lu Yin raised his head. "Likewise. If not for the sneak attack, you would have been dead." He then looked past Zhou Xian and into the distance. He could vaguely sense Xia Yi's gaze and it was filled with killing intent. If not for Xia Yi, Lu Yin would have wanted to compete with Zhou Xian to see who had more tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Xian retreated. She had to admit that it would be difficult to deal with Lu Yin and an emissary. Lu Yin did not know if Xia Yi was still far away, but now that he was here he had room to advance and retreat. Not every burial garden gate could lead to the outside world, and Lu Yin had only known of Yima planet before entering. He slowly walked to the burial garden gate, where the transformed emissary opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yin. "I want to leave," Lu Yin said. The transformed emissary closed her eyes and did not reply, but she did not stop him either. "Why are you here? Did the Hall of Honor send you to guard this place?" Lu Yin asked. The transformed emissary did not speak, just like how she had remained silent when she had gone to the technocracy. Lu Yin pursed his lips and walked to the burial garden gate. He then looked back. Lu Tianmu and the others should be fine, as they had left while he had been fighting with Zhou Xian. Without further thought, Lu Yin stepped through the burial garden gate. The burial garden gate was just a gate, but it seemed to travel through time and space. Lu Yin walked out of the burial garden gate and saw the bottom of the sea. Dozens of people were staring at him. Lu Yin was not surprised as all the burial garden gates were being guarded, and the burial garden gate within the Great Eastern Alliance was the same. However, he did not know which power controlled this burial garden gate. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he looked around and his heart calmed down. There were no emissary-level rune lines, which meant that this power was very weak. "Who are you? State your identity." A voice shouted and a stout man walked out from the crowd. He had a strange appearance and his stomach was several times larger than a normal person's. He was not fat but rather looked like a different kind of creature. Was this a merman? Chapter 1799. Lu Yin looked at the man in surprise. "You're a merman?" The man glared at Lu Yin. "Tell me who you are." Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked around. "Lu Yin." The man frowned. "Lu Yin? What a familiar name." The surrounding people also found the name familiar. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Lu Yin? The Alliance Master of the Great Eastern Alliance and a paragon of the same generation? As soon as he said this, everyone recalled what had happened, and they all looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, fear and wariness. The man's eyes widened. You're Lu Yin? Lu Yin nodded. Where are we? For the current universe, Lu Yin's name represented his identity. There was no need to say anything else. This name would appear in everyone's mind. As long as one was in contact with a space civilization, whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, many would know this name. The man gulped. Lu Yin's name represented more than just status. It also represented war. Many wars had broken out in the outerverse and innerverse because of Lu Yin, and it was the same in the cosmic sea. This is Universe Ocean, the man said nervously. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. So you're saying that you're cultivators from some island, or are you part of some battle group? The Unyielding Legion, a loud voice called out from afar. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked to see that it was actually him and Xianxia, one of the 4 unequaled Lameters who had once been on the same level as him. At that time, Lu Yin had faced off against Ling Kai and Mu Rong, and he had only lacked Xianxia. Later on, when the 6th mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had seen Xianxia take action. However, there was already a gap between the two of them at that time. Xianxia had also appeared during the Sovereign Tournament, but now the gap between the two of them was even greater and they could no longer be compared. Xianxia's opponent in the Sovereign battle was none other than Fan Shun. Who would have thought that through the Gate of Burial Garden, they would actually arrive at the Unyielding Battle Group's location? Xianxia hadn't expected Lu Yin to appear either. They had only just discovered this burial gate, and they were still debating whether or not to enter when Lu Yin had appeared. Alliance Master Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xianxia said in a clear voice as he looked at Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin smiled. Nice to meet you, Commander Yi. I've heard a lot about you. Xianxia smiled. They can't compare to Alliance Master Lu, and the Unyielding Battle Group can't compare to the Great Eastern Alliance. I didn't expect to come to the Cosmic Sea. Captain Yi, do you welcome this uninvited guest? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Xianxia made an inviting gesture. I couldn't ask for more. I've wanted to have a chat with Alliance Leader Lu since 10 years ago. That's perfect. I wanted to have a chat with Commander Yi as well, Lu Yin said. Please. The Unyielding Legion was a very small legion in Universe Ocean. Aside from the 4 major legions, there were many other smaller legions such as the Arrow Legion. However, the Unyielding Legion paled in comparison to the Arrow Legion. When Lu Yin had first heard of Xianxia's name, he had wondered how Xianxia had managed to survive in the Cosmic Sea, but he still couldn't figure it out. The Cosmic Sea is a dangerous place and it's not a good place to explore. If you're unlucky enough to run into another battle group, you might be wiped out. Xianxia told Lu Yin many things about the Cosmic Sea. If that's the case, then why are you staying in the Cosmic Sea, Brother Yi? Xianxia sighed helplessly. The regiment was not founded by me but by my father. Lu Yin raised a brow as he hadn't known about this. Everyone had said that Xianxia had founded the Unyielding Legion. My father founded the Unyielding Battle Group and befriended the Fishmen, leaving behind a team for me. In order to live up to my father's efforts, I took over the Unyielding Battle Group after my father passed away. The reason I was able to roam the world is all thanks to the Fishmen, Xianxia said. The Cosmic Sea's surface is filled with many great battles, but the ones who truly control the Cosmic Sea are the Merfolk. They're good at observing the weather, finding routes, and avoiding risks. It's a pity that they don't have any top-notch experts, or else the Cosmic Sea wouldn't be ruled by humans. Lu Yin said, I remember that Leon's Armada has a Merfolk Legion. Xianxia nodded. The Merfolk Legion's commander, Brother Hao, is considered the #1 Merfolk expert in the Cosmic Sea. It was through him that I met Heizij Leon. He then looked at Lu Yin as everyone knew about Lu Yin's relationship with Leon's Armada. Brother Yi, feel free to speak your mind, Lu Yin said. Xianxia replied, Heizij Leon has always wanted to incorporate my Unyielding Legion, but I never thought of joining. This is my father's blood, sweat, and tears. My father was proud and never bowed to anyone. He would rather die than join the Immortal Legion. That's why they wanted to kill him. Your father died at the hands of the Immortal Legion? Lu Yin was astonished. Xianxia nodded, stood up and solemnly said, "The Immortal Legion was destroyed thanks to Alliance leader Lu. Xianxia, thank you." He then bowed deeply. Lu Yin supported him. "The Immortal Legion wasn't destroyed to avenge your father. There's no need to thank me." Xianxia bitterly replied, "If not for Alliance leader Lu, I wouldn't have been able to take revenge in this lifetime. Regardless of whether or not Alliance leader Lu acknowledges me, I, Xianxia, owe you a favor." After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Lu Yin learned that several burial gates had appeared in the cosmic sea. However, the burial gate that the Unyielding Legion was currently guarding had not been leaked, as it was a burial gate that could be exited. Actually, guarding a burial gate is very dangerous. If the one who exits isn't you, Alliance leader Lu, but one of our enemies, then we'll be in trouble. Xianxia sighed. He had great ambitions. Part of the reason why the Unyielding Legion had not joined Leon's armada was because of his father, but part of the reason was also because of his own pride. However, many years had passed since then, and he had watched Lu Yin grow from a group of 4 unparalleled meters to his current height. Xianxia had no choice but to admit that he could not take revenge on his own. This was something that he would never have said 10 years ago. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to leave the Unyielding Legion. Instead, he contacted Wang Wen. Before entering the burial gates, Lu Yin had asked Wang Wen to calculate the number of burial gates within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. There are a total of 89 burial gates within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and 16 of them can be exited. This is the current data that we've gathered from the Sword Sect, Lingling clan and other major powers. Lu Yin asked, excluding the 8 Great Flow Zone's leading powers, how many burial gates do we have that can be used to exit? Wang Wen replied, 6. 10 of the 8 Great Flow Zone's leading powers have burial gates that can be used to exit? That's the case for now, but there should be more in the future. It's possible that some burial gates have yet to be discovered. Lu Yin solemnly said, try to destroy 3 of the burial gates that can be used to exit. Let Chen Huang and the others guard the remaining 3. Detain anyone who exits from those gates. If anyone encounters an invincible powerhouse, retreat. Are you sure? Those are burial gates, the gates to the burial gardens. If we destroy them, won't we provoke the burial gardens? Wang Wen was apprehensive, as the 3 dark hands were not to be trifled with. They were confident that they would be able to contend against them in the future, but not now. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were unified and the Great Eastern Alliance had 12 emissaries, they would still not dare to provoke the 3 dark hands. There was no need to even mention the Neo-Human Alliance. When the 7 sky gods appeared, even the 6th mainland feared them, and even the Hall of Honor could not contain them. The 7 courts had a half-progenitor, and they definitely had more than one powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. They all had secret techniques, and the most mysterious of them all was the burial gardens. If they could stand alongside the 7 courts and the Neo-Human Alliance, then they would definitely not be easy to deal with. The Great Eastern Alliance's power was expanding day by day, but it was still far from being able to contend against these 3 powers. Lu Yin solemnly said, we can't care about that anymore. If a powerhouse from the 6th mainland who is hostile to us enters the Great Eastern Alliance's territory through a burial gate, then it'll be a devastating disaster for us. We can't defend so many gates, but we're confident that we can defend 3 of them. Furthermore, we can leave a baseline number of people who can exit. What about the 8 flow zones? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I'll talk to them. Although he did not know the true meaning behind the burial gardens opening, based on the current situation, there were many opportunities within the burial gardens. Lu Qinjue and the other old foxes would definitely not give up so easily, and they would be more than happy to open up as many burial gates as possible. That way, once someone left the burial gardens and entered their territory, they would be able to seize all of the opportunities and seize them for themselves. To the various great powers, this was one of the ways to obtain the opportunities within the burial gardens. What Lu Yin needed to do now was to wake them up. Lu Qinjue, Ling Qiu, the mountain god, and the weasel prince all appeared, and Lu Yin contacted them at the same time. Everyone has just joined my Great Eastern Alliance, and I had originally planned to hold the first official meeting after unifying the Innerverse. However, there have been some changes in the times and the burial garden has opened. I have no choice but to have a chat with everyone in advance, Lu Yin said with his hands clasped behind his back. Ling Qiu asked, does Alliance Master Lu have anything to say? Her tone was not very pleasant, as they had all been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Is it about the burial gates? Lu Qianjue asked. Lu Yin nodded. I know that burial gates have appeared in everyone's territories, and some of them can be entered and exited. Snatching the opportunities of cultivators who leave the burial gardens is the best way for everyone to obtain opportunities. Alliance Master Lu, we're not snatching, we're exchanging. Ling Qiu rolled her eyes. Lu Yin smiled. Regardless of whether we're snatching or exchanging, I'm aware of everyone's intentions. That's why. His expression was solemn. I hope that everyone can think of a way to destroy the additional burial gates that can be entered and exited freely. Lu Qianjue and the others looked at each other, and the mountain god said in a low voice, the items obtained from the burial gardens can increase the strength of each family, and increasing our strength will increase the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance. What is Alliance Master Lu worried about? Lu Yin seriously replied, I went to the burial gardens and I'm currently in the cosmic sea. I just exited through a burial gate. They were all astonished. How was it? Ling Qiu hurriedly asked. Lu Yin explained, there are indeed opportunities within the burial gardens. The area is ancient and you might be able to obtain unexpected treasures. However, there is also the possibility of disaster. For example, I went to the burial gates in the cosmic sea and the guards around the gates were very weak. If I wanted to, I could easily erase them. None of you wish to be erased by others, right? Chapter 1800. The mountain god said in a deep voice, who can erase us? Alliance Master Lu, you're underestimating us too much. Although we can't compare to the Great Eastern Alliance, we're not so easily bullied. I was ambushed twice while I was in Burial Garden. The first time was from an emissary, and the second time was from a descendant of the 6th Mainland's Daoist sect's martial ancestor. That person joined forces with Xia Yi to attack me, and if those two leave Burial Garden's gate and come to where you are, how will you resist them? Not only did you fail to obtain the items in the graveyard, but you're also the one who got robbed. That's not what you want to see, right? They fell silent. Ling Qiu replied, the Lingling clan is confident in dealing with him. Lu Yin looked at her. But I don't want to take the risk. The Lingling clan has you, clan leader Ling Qiu and ancestor Ling Taizu. If the two of you work together, we can guard one entrance to the burial grounds. However, if there are two entrances, then it won't be safe. Ling Qiu was displeased. Alliance Master Lu, do you think that I'm not strong enough to guard a single portal? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his tone grew colder. Negotiating with all of you is a form of respect, and I do not wish to force you to do so. I hope that you can give me some face as the alliance leader. Ling Qiu wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Lu Qianjue's gaze. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, Lu Yin was still the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. Since they had already joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they had to give him face. Even if they had the ability to deal with Lu Yin, they could not act now. Otherwise, who would trust them in the future? The universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the universe. However, there were many other unspoken rules under these 4 words. Since they had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they could not immediately rebel, nor could they openly oppose the Alliance Master. Otherwise, if another Great Eastern Alliance were to appear in the future, they would not be subdued, but directly exterminated. Some rules could not be broken unless it involved the bottom line. All right, since the Alliance Master has spoken, we agree to leave only one entrance to the burial garden, said Lu Qianjue. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group. The Weasel Prince had not spoken since the beginning, as he did not have the right to speak. He had only appeared to listen, and that was all. That's right, Alliance Master Lu, you mentioned that you were attacked by Xia Yi earlier. Is this Xia Yi the patriarch of the 7 courts Xia family? Did he go into? The mountain god suddenly asked. That's right. Lu Qianjue and the others looked at each other again. The court of 7 names was placed side by side with the burial garden. Even the head of the Xia clan had entered the burial garden. Perhaps the heads of the other clans would enter as well. This meant that the burial garden indeed contained great opportunities. Should they enter as well? I'd like to remind everyone that I'm allowing you to freely enter the burial garden based on your current strength. If you enter the burial garden and I determine that you don't have the ability to protect a door, then that door will also be destroyed, Lu Yin said. Lu Qianjue and the others didn't retort. The call ended quickly and Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. I've already told them, but those old foxes will definitely keep their doors shut. How's the destruction of the portal? Wang Wen was vexed. The burial gate isn't easy to destroy, but Qin Huang was able to destroy one. Lu Yin replied, looks like you'll need the power of an emissary. Don't worry. There shouldn't be too many people going in for the time being. However, there will definitely be more in the future. Be careful, said Wang Wen. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement before ending the call. Right now the burial garden was lacking a huge opportunity. As long as it appeared, it would attract a large number of people. That would be the time to truly fight for the opportunity. Since he was already in the cosmic sea, Lu Yin wanted to pay Leon's armada a visit. However, after asking Xianxia, he found out that Leon's armada was very far away. Due to the climate, even if the two parties knew each other's location, it wouldn't be easy for them to meet unless Heizij Leon personally came to pick him up. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to forget about it. He'd go in the future. He bade Xianxia farewell and stepped through the burial gate. Before he left, he reminded Xianxia to avoid the gate. The unyielding legion simply couldn't defend such a gate. In fact, he wanted to suggest that Xianxia destroy the gate, but unfortunately, the unyielding legion didn't have any powerhouses who were stronger than an emissary. Lu Yin entered the burial garden once more, and when he looked around he was at a loss. Was this really a burial garden? Dense trees blocked out the sun, and through the trees he could see a mountain range in the distance. It was lush with greenery and small rivers flowed around the hills. If he hadn't confirmed that he had entered the burial gate, he would have thought that he had arrived on a planet suitable for human habitation. This place was like a paradise on Earth. Lu Yin walked out of the forest and looked around. The mountain range wasn't very tall and it was covered in greenery. In front of him there were tea trees planted on the hills, and the fragrance of tea was refreshing. Lu Yin couldn't help but walk towards the hills. He soon arrived at the foot of the hills, and just as he was about to walk up, he vaguely heard something. He followed the sound to the right where it seemed to be coming from. Lu Yin walked in the direction of the sound, and a few meters away there were tea trees arranged neatly. He couldn't see any living creatures, but there was a sound that was getting louder and louder. Save me. Save me. Please save me. Lu Yin searched for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything. His eyes accidentally swept across the tea leaves, and he suddenly turned back to stare at the center. His pupils shrank and he was filled with shock. He rarely felt this way, but at this moment he seemed to have seen something inconceivable. There was a human face on the tea leaves and it was very lifelike. It was weakly muttering to itself, and the sound was coming from this face. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he looked down the tea leaves. There was no body, only a face. There wasn't even a head. What was going on? Had the tea leaves gained sentience? At that moment the face weakly opened its eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, as he could see the complex emotions that only humans would have in those eyes. There was despair and pleading and then excitement. Alliance leader Lu, is that you? Lu Yin stared at the face, which was that of a middle-aged man. He was very weak and his face was deathly pale. Lu Yin couldn't make out anything other than his face. You know me. The face was excited. And Liang from Watermoon Villa. Lu Yin was astonished. Watermoon Villa? And Xiaohua's man? Yes, I'm Xiaohua's uncle and Liang. Alliance leader Lu, please save me. I'm from Watermoon Villa, and I'm also from the Great Eastern Alliance. And Liang weakly pleaded for help, and his eyes were filled with hope and excitement. Lu Yin was confused. How did you become like this? Where's your body? And Liang was terrified and his eyes kept flickering. His pupils suddenly dilated, indicating that he was extremely terrified. It was that corpse. That corpse planted me as a tea leaf. It was that corpse. Lu Yin's face twitched. What are you talking about? And Liang fearfully looked at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, please save me. Save me. I don't want to be planted as a tea leaf. I don't want to become fertilizer. Lu Yin's face paled and a chill surged up from the soles of his feet. He suddenly turned around, but there was nothing except for the flowing stream. Alliance leader Lu, save me, save me. And Liang painfully groaned and his entire face was distorted. It was abnormally terrifying. You're saying that a corpse planted you as a tea leaf? Lu Yin asked again. And Liang struggled. Yes, it was a corpse with a bamboo basket on its back. Lu Yin's entire body went cold as this wasn't a feeling of imminent death. Instead, it was a feeling of incomprehensible strangeness. It was just like when he had been treated as white meat on Drift Charge Planet, or when he had seen that person in the Eternal Kingdom whose organs had been hollowed out. The disgust and terror that came from the bottom of his heart swallowed him up. He hurriedly retreated and looked around, not even daring to casually release his domain. He had encountered more than one corpse in the burial garden, such as that one-legged old man, the little girl who had been constantly slapping at the void, the person who had fused with the secret art of plan, and even progenitor Qin whose fate was unknown. He guessed that the corpses that had survived until now weren't simple, and they definitely weren't existences that he could deal with. He had originally thought that these corpses weren't a threat and they weren't even aggressive. However, Liang's encounter had refreshed his understanding. The burial garden wasn't as safe as the outside world thought it was. The opponents here weren't just humans but also these corpses. Alliance leader Lu, save me, save me. And Liang was still groaning. Lu Yin looked at the other tea leaves and saw that they were all human faces. They all looked dead and there was no reaction. He retreated a few more steps and then quickly rushed into the forest. When he looked back at the tea leaves hill, he was filled with unprecedented apprehension. He still hadn't found the corpse that had planted the tea leaves and he was at the edge of the cliff. He felt like he was being watched at any moment. At that moment, another person appeared out of thin air from another direction. It was a man with a confused expression, and he looked around in the same manner that Lu Yin had when he had first appeared. Lu Yin looked at the man and didn't say anything. This person had also entered the burial garden through the burial garden's gate and randomly arrived here. The man's cultivation wasn't weak and a single step caused the void to distort. He appeared at the foot of the tea hill and then stepped onto it. Just as the man stepped onto the hill, a figure stood up from the center of the tea mountain. It was an old mummy with a hunched back and a bamboo basket on its back. It faced the man, and under the man's confused gaze, the mummy waved its hand and the man's body flew towards the old mummy. The old mummy caught the man and plunged him into the ground. Then an earth-shattering scream rang out in all directions. Lu Yin's jaw dropped as he stared at the scene in shock. The man's limbs gradually withered and then turned into tea leaves. His tendons, bones, and blood all became nutrients for the tea leaves. Only his face was left looking up at the sky. His gaze was still blank, but there was an additional trace of extreme pain and despair. Within the forest, Lu Yin left without looking back. The star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet and he kept moving. He kept rushing into the distance, not daring to stay for long. The man had been turned into a tea tree in an instant, and this scene left a deep psychological shadow in Lu Yin's heart. What was up with that old corpse? It was too cruel and too strange. Lu Yin didn't even have the slightest intention of investigating the situation. It was impossible for him to do so. All he wanted was to get as far away from that tea hill as possible. He didn't want to see such a strange and terrifying scene ever again in his life. Chapter 1801. His experience at Tea Mountain had filled Lu Yin with dread towards the burial gardens, and he was very careful with every step he took. In the blazing mist flow zone, a burial garden gate had been destroyed by Luo Huang's attack. In the distance, the army from the planet where the gate had been located watched as the gate was destroyed. The leader of the army smashed a table with his fist. Such a great opportunity is gone in the blink of an eye. The Great Eastern Alliance is too tyrannical and they're cutting off our chance. The leader of the army was a man with a rough appearance. He was a cruiser who could roam the universe freely. Although he was not considered an expert in the universe, he was still considered a high-ranking figure within the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he was helpless against Lu Yin's order to destroy the burial garden gate. "General, are we just going to watch?" A youth behind the man angrily asked, his gaze full of hostility. Suddenly, the Luo Huang's gaze swept over, and the youth's heart trembled as he hurriedly lowered his head. It wasn't just him. The cruiser also lowered his head, not daring to meet Luo Huang's gaze. The Luo Huang retracted his gaze as he did not care about what the people of this planet thought. They believed that Lu Yin was cutting off their opportunity to increase their strength, but in reality Lu Yin was saving them. How many people in the universe had entered the burial garden gate? There were many experts within the Great Eastern Alliance, and there were many who surpassed the cruiser realm. This was even more so in the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, and the Sixth Mainland. If an expert who was hostile to the Great Eastern Alliance walked out of the Burial Garden Gate, it would be a devastating blow to the entire planet. These people were not aware of this. At that moment his gadget beeped. Lord Luo Huang, it has been confirmed that the Burial Garden Gate on Earth can be exited. Someone has already walked out and is currently being controlled. The Luo Huang followed the coordinates and headed towards Earth. Lu Yin's orders were to maintain 3 Burial Garden Gates within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. The one on the planet just now was the 4th and it had already been destroyed. The one on Earth was the 5th and it had to be destroyed as well. The Great Eastern Alliance did not have that many experts stationed there. Lu Yin wanted stability, and even the Luo Huang did not have the qualifications to guard a Burial Garden Gate on his own. When the Arcane Sovereign arrived at the Earthen planet, what appeared before his eyes was a planet that had long been reduced to rubble. Countless people were wailing in agony. Many spaceships around the planet had been reduced to rubble, and many corpses were floating in space. They belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance's first coalition army. The most shocking thing was that a giant had died and his corpse was also floating in space. The average strength of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces was too low, which was why Lu Yin had temporarily assigned the giants to them. The giants that were qualified to be assigned were all Enlighters. But here an Enlighter realm giant had actually been killed. The Luo Emperor's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly landed on the shattered planet. He saw that the gate of Burial Garden was unscathed and was gradually exposed to space. Without the strength of an emissary, it was impossible to destroy the gate of Burial Garden. Someone must have caused the Earthen Star to become like this. Moreover, it was definitely an expert who had walked out of the gate of Burial Garden. His eyes flickered as he began to investigate. What he was most worried about now was that the person who had acted would re-enter the Burial Garden. If that was the case, there would be no way to investigate. Not long after, Luo Huang headed in a certain direction as he had discovered some clues. The person who had attacked was an Enlighter who had been able to kill the giant, and his power level was estimated to be close to 300,000. The Luo Emperor followed the traces of the attack as he notified the Great Eastern Alliance to seal off the entire blazing mist flow zone. At the same time, he sent people to rescue the people on Earthen Star. The giant's death, as well as the countless lives on Earthen Star, could not be easily forgotten. This was Lu Yin's goal. Half a day later, the Luo Emperor landed on a meteorite that was flying south. On the back of the meteorite, there was a man who was excitedly looking at an object in his hand. It was a man with a sallow complexion, and the object in his hand was an irregular metal fragment that looked like a fragment of some sort of weapon. The man sighed in amazement as he looked at the fragment. Uncanny craftsmanship, uncanny craftsmanship. Even a fragment of a fragment still has a complete sourcebox array. If this weapon was complete, who knows how many sourcebox arrays it would have. It's unimaginable. The man looked at the weapon fragment with a scorching gaze. He had coincidentally obtained this weapon fragment after entering the Burial Garden, and he had used it to casually kill someone with a similar cultivation to himself. He had killed that person for no apparent reason, and he had only done so to verify the sourcebox array. The result had left him rather satisfied. No, he was even excited. The sourcebox array on this weapon fragment allowed it to move around without a trace. Even the man himself was not clear about the weapon fragment's trajectory. He only knew where it would end up. With this item, I can even fight against that old freak whose power level exceeds 400,000. I might even be able to use this item to increase my lock-breaking level and become one of the upper echelons of the lock-breaking world. Ha! The sallow-faced man excitedly muttered to himself. The Great Eastern Alliance actually wants to detain me, and they even want to take my items. Dream on. How can those trash take my Xianxia's items? He did not realize that the Luo Emperor was standing less than 5 meters behind him as he spoke. Xianxia excitedly put away the weapon fragment and looked into the distance. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine and he turned around to see a pair of red eyes. A corpse king? Oh, it was a cyborg. You're the one who destroyed Earthen Star and killed the giant, the Luo Emperor said coldly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared at the Luo Emperor. His gaze was filled with apprehension and fear. An expert, an absolute expert. He had been so close to Xianxia, but Xianxia had not sensed him at all. And you are. The Great Eastern Alliance's Luo Emperor. Shan Kuan's heart sank, and he retrieved the weapon fragment from behind his back. So you were once the ruler of the Ross Empire. You once controlled a region, so why are you willing to serve a puny Luoyin? You're even helping him? The Luo Emperor's gaze remained the same, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Hand over the item and follow me back to the Great Eastern Alliance. Shan Kuan raised his head. I'm a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker from the Neoverse lockbreaking world, and I'm a member of the Lockbreaker Society. What right does the Great Eastern Alliance have to detain me? And you want me to hand over the item? Luoyin is also a member of the Lockbreaker Society. You should ask him if he dares to do so. The Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members, and touching one would provoke a whole group of them. Luoyin had often used the Lockbreaker Society to intimidate others, and at this moment, the Luo Emperor was similarly intimidated by the Lockbreaker Society. Follow me back to the Great Eastern Alliance. Shan Kuan sneered. I won't go back with you. You can leave. I want to return to the Lockbreaker world. If Luoyin has any objections, tell him to contact me directly through the Lockbreaker network. The Luo Emperor repeated, follow me back to the Great Eastern Alliance immediately. Shan Kuan was furious. Luo Emperor, I respect you as an emissary, but don't think that the Lockbreaker Society is afraid of you. Ask around and find out that there's more than one emissary in the Lockbreaker Society. Even if you're an emissary, you can't act recklessly against me. The Luo Emperor did not intend to waste any more words. However, Shan Kuan's gaze was cold as he raised his hand. The weapon fragment appeared and then disappeared. He could not see it at all, and he only knew that it had shot towards the Luo Emperor. However, in the Luo Emperor's eyes, the weapon fragment actually broke through the astral source universe and shot towards him. He raised his hand to grab the weapon fragment, and a teeth-numbing cutting sound rang out from his palm. Sparks flew in all directions as his hand was severed. His body had actually been sliced apart by the weapon fragment. Shan Kuan was aghast. He wasn't dead. He was done for. The Luo Emperor stared at the weapon fragment in his hand in shock. What kind of material could be so hard? Luo Emperor, return it to me. Shan Kuan bellowed, but he did not dare to attack. He was only an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, and he had relied on this weapon fragment to kill the giant. How could he dare to attack an emissary? The Luo Emperor put away the weapon fragment, grabbed Shan Kuan, and returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold. Luo Emperor, let go of me. Do you want to start a war with the Lockbreaker Society? I don't have the guts to do that. Shan Kuan shouted as he furiously attacked the Luo Emperor. However, he was stunned by the Luo Emperor's punch. Not long after, on a planet within the Sword Sect's territory, a cultivator walked out of the burial garden's gate. This person was rather unlucky and was immediately detained by the Sword Sect. Even his clothes were stripped and searched. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This sort of thing happened all over the universe. Wherever there was a burial garden's gate, there would definitely be someone guarding it. Some of the guarding powers were destroyed by the people who walked out of the burial garden's gate, while others managed to successfully steal something from the burial garden's gate. The commotion caused by the burial garden's gate grew bigger and bigger, but the desiccated corpse's pursuit of the primordial bloodline did not stop there. It was as if the opening of the burial garden did not affect them at all. The entire universe went from calm to tumultuous. A few days after Luoyin entered the burial garden from the cosmic sea, a piece of news spread from the burial garden that shocked the universe. A primordial giant's corpse was walking in circles while carrying a palace on its back. Along the way, it had dropped many natural treasures that could be used to avoid danger, as well as weapons that could be used by enlighters. There were even inherited techniques that had been dropped. The source of this news was very difficult to find, as it seemed to have spread like wildfire on the network overnight. The news only remained on the network for 2 hours before it completely disappeared. Someone important had interfered, and to be able to block this news from the entire network meant that the person who had interfered was definitely someone from the Neoverse, and there was a 90% chance that they were from the Hall of Honor. This made people believe in the accuracy of the news even more. The various great powers continuously sent people into the burial garden to search for this primordial giant. A few days later, Luoyin stood atop a mountain range and stared into the distance with a dumbfounded expression. He saw an incomparably large figure staggering along with a hunched back. Every step it took left a footprint that was as large as a city, and every step caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. The clouds were only around the figure's waist, and through the clouds, Lu Yin could see that the giant was carrying an even larger palace on its back. After experiencing the strange and terrifying scene at Tea Mountain, Lu Yin's impression of the burial garden had completely changed. What he saw now left him in disbelief. Was this a giant carrying a palace on its back? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he stared at the giant. Although the giant seemed to be fatigued with every step was very long and it quickly disappeared. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after it. No matter what, the palace on the giant's back was still very attractive. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, that giant was also a corpse that walked around the burial garden. This type of corpse had a professional name, a wandering corpse. Chapter 1802. The burial grounds were different from the Neo-Human Alliance, and these wandering corpses were also different from the Corpse Kings and the desiccated corpses that hunted down ancient bloodlines. However, there were some similarities between the two. Lu Yin slowly approached the wandering giant, not daring to get too close. The scene at the Tea Mountain had frightened him, and he was afraid that he would attract the wandering giant's attention. Reality had proven that the wandering corpses in the burial grounds were not simple. After following the wandering corpse for half a day, Lu Yin decided to circle around and take a look. Suddenly he stared at the palace on the wandering corpse's back. There were a few people fighting inside and they seemed to be fighting over something. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his pupils turned into runes. He saw a few cultivators fighting at the palace's entrance, and from their cultivation, it seemed that they were not even enlighters. They seemed to be fighting over something, and not long after one of them used a strange method to kill the others. He then jumped off the palace and flew into the distance. Lu Yin was about to chase after him, but the wandering giant suddenly raised its hand and swatted the cultivator to death as if he was chasing away a mosquito. Not even his corpse was left behind. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had not seen wrongly. When the wandering giant had swung its arm, it had seemed to tear the void apart and reveal the astral source universe. The powerful pressure was like the collapse of the heavens, and it made people panic and despair. The wandering giant was definitely a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin felt that it might even be on the same level as the 6th mainland's celestial imprint, which was around 1.2 million. With such a level of combat power, even a simple wave of his arm was not something he could block. Every time he waved his arm, his movement was extremely fast. It was like a human waving his arm to drive away mosquitoes. As long as he saw it, he would be able to hit it. That cultivator had been swatted to death just like that. Lu Yin walked forward and found the cultivator's bloody corpse. He found a cosmic ring in the pool of blood and used his star energy to lift it up. He opened it and a pile of items fell out. Most of them were useless, at least to Lu Yin. Only a strangely shaped item that looked like a weapon fragment piqued his interest. He had not seen wrongly. This was the item that this person had used to kill the others outside the palace. Lu Yin picked up the weapon fragment and felt a bone-chilling cold. He casually swung it and it tore through the void and entered the astral source universe. He was shocked that a weapon fragment could tear through the astral source universe. It was no wonder why this person had been able to kill the others. How could they have withstood an attack from the astral source universe? This person was really unlucky. He could have taken the item and left in victory, but he was still slapped to death. This person was very cautious. He knew that if he stayed there might be strong people coming. He might not even be able to keep the weapon fragment, so he left early. What a pity, but even if the giant zombie didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape from his hands. Putting away the weapon fragments, Lu Yin carefully circled to the front of the zombie giant and looked up. He thought it was a giant, but when he saw the giant's head he was shocked. This giant was not a giant but a giant beast. The one dragging the palace was not a human, but a creature with the body of an ape and the head of an eagle. Upon closer inspection, the creature's body was covered in long hair, and it seemed to have wings on its back. The palace was pressing down on it. Lu Yin watched the giant beast walk and then looked up at the palace above the clouds. His desire to explore the palace had vanished the moment the cultivator had been killed, but he decided to follow the giant beast. If someone else went in to explore the palace, they would hand over whatever they found to him when they returned. Like those who wait outside the gate of the burial garden, there was no need for him to take the risk. A day later, another person arrived. After thinking for a while, he rushed into the palace. The giant zombie didn't interfere when they entered. Lu Yin followed behind the giant zombie, waiting expectantly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even on the 4th day, that person still didn't come out. He was either dead or unwilling to come out, so Lu Yin continued to follow. Soon more people came looking for him, and there was more than one of them. They all rushed into the palace excitedly, as if they knew that there was such a place. This time the people who entered quickly came out, but they were all killed by the giant zombie. Lu Yin wanted to pick up some scraps, but where was the cosmic ring? Well, he was disappointed. Cosmic rings weren't indestructible, and he could easily crush another's. The only reason he had managed to keep the one from a few days ago was because of luck. Lu Yin continued to wait for more. Half a day later, more people rushed out and more people went in. These people were fighting inside the palace, and even outside the palace they were still fighting fiercely, but most of them were killed by the giant beast zombies. Only one guy was lucky enough not to be killed, but he was severely injured by the impact of the fall, and his whole body was stuck in the ground, unable to pull out. Lu Yin squatted beside the hole and looked at the half-broken woman. "Do you need help?" The woman wailed in pain. "Brother, please save me. I'm from the Neoverse Flower City." Flower City? Lu Yin had heard of it before. There were many heavenly cities in the Neoverse, and Flower City was one of them. It was built on top of a large blue flower, and although it looked strange, it was actually very ordinary. "I can help you pull it out as long as you hand over the things you obtained from the palace." Lu Yin smiled. Half of the woman's body had been shattered, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes when she heard Lu Yin's words. She then frowned and weakly said, "Of course, big brother. I can give you everything I have. Please save me." Lu Yin's lips curled up and he casually pulled her out. The woman clutched her right shoulder and coughed as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She bowed to Lu Yin. "Thank you for saving my life." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly attacked and spat out a mouthful of blood at Lu Yin. The blood exploded in midair and turned into a red mist that covered the sky. Lu Yin's expression changed as the red mist infected his body. His skin started to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye before melting away. In the end, his entire body turned into a skeleton that fell to the ground. The woman panted and sneered, "You want to steal from me? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you're made of? Trash." She turned to leave, but when she turned back, her expression changed as if she had seen something inconceivable. Behind her, Lu Yin was standing there unscathed, his expression calm. The woman could not believe her eyes and she looked down at her feet. The pile of bones was still there and they were gradually melting away. "How? You?" Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "You're vicious. I saw you kill 2 people at the entrance of the palace before rushing out. You do have some tricks up your sleeve." The woman gritted her teeth, her face pale. "You're a man, yet you have the nerve to bully a half-crippled woman like me. Let me tell you, if you dare to attack me, Flower City will not let you off. You're dead." Lu Yin laughed. "You don't recognize me?" The woman was about to mock him when her expression suddenly froze. She stared at Lu Yin's face and her eyes flickered. At first she seemed to be confused, but then she seemed to remember something. Her mouth fell open and she looked terrified. "Lu, you're Lu Yin?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I thought that you didn't recognize me." The woman was overwhelmed and her body went limp. "Sovereign Lu, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me and let me go this once. I'll do whatever you want me to do." She was truly terrified. She had thought that the person in front of her was just a nobody who could be intimidated by the name of the Neoverse. Who would have thought that it was actually Lu Yin? This was Lu Yin, a sovereign of his generation and the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. It was rumored that not only could he fight against an emissary as an enlighter, but he could also control the Hall of Honor's board of directors. His background was enormous. Not just her, but even the entire Flower City was worthless in his eyes. It was laughable that she had even threatened him with Flower City. She truly felt despair. Lu Yin flicked his finger and the woman's forehead was struck, causing her to fall to the ground. This woman was vicious, and Lu Yin did not have a habit of sparing his enemies. He took out the woman's cosmic ring and used her blood to open it. Most of the items inside were useless, but there was a flower that was shaped like a box. Lu Yin opened the box and saw a blood-stained shirt. It was black and made of ordinary material, but the moment he saw it he couldn't help but recall the scene of him absorbing death energy in the Mysterium sect. He had seen a lone person sitting on the ground with a black scythe by his side. His back was bleak, and that person's clothes were the exact same color as the blood-stained shirt. The blood-stained shirt reminded Lu Yin of that person. Could it have come from that person? Lu Yin guessed that that person was the Grim Reaper. Did that mean that this blood-stained shirt had come from the Grim Reaper? He stared blankly at the blood-stained shirt in the petal box, and then he reached out to take it. The moment his fingers touched the blood-stained shirt, his brain rumbled, and the death energy in his body flowed out uncontrollably to form a figure behind him. The figure wore a black cloak and floated in midair. It suddenly raised a hand and a black hook appeared in the void and slashed out. The entire burial garden seemed to tremble. The zombie trembled and then knelt down, causing the entire palace to shake. Somewhere in the burial garden, the mausoleum keeper suddenly looked up. The Grim Reaper's power has been activated. Someone has already connected to the ancient legends? I hope that someone will be able to accept the ancient inheritance. The Grim Reaper's power had come and gone quickly, and even though it had caused a huge commotion in the burial garden, the cultivators who had entered hadn't been able to detect it. Lu Yin instantly retracted his finger, feeling as if his fingertips had been electrocuted. He seemed to have seen that figure again, easily suppressing an incomparably large monster. That figure had been filled with loneliness, and it was definitely the same person he had seen when the Mysterium sect had absorbed death energy. This blood-stained shirt had also come from that person. Lu Yin quickly put it away and looked up. Why was that zombie kneeling down? He approached curiously. It didn't take long for the zombie to get up and continue walking forward. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble, and from time to time items would fall out of the palace. Lu Yin checked every item that fell out. On this day a terrifying aura swept through the area. Lu Yin knew that a powerhouse had finally found this place. It was an envoy-level powerhouse, but he didn't know if it was from the 5th or 6th mainland. He watched as the figure above him stepped out of the void and easily entered the palace. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. That was the uniform of a blacksmith family. This person was from the War Martial Realm's blacksmith family. Chapter 1803. The 6th mainland's blacksmithing family had been an extremely powerful family, and their forefather had been a celestial imprinter. They had been one of the 6th mainland's Daoist sect's 4 sovereigns, but they had been destroyed by the symbol progenitor's power during the invasion of the 5th mainland. When the blacksmithing family had been at its peak, aside from the celestial imprinter's forefather, there had also been world imprinters and world imprinters. There were many experts in the family, and the War Martial Realm had been ranked according to the blacksmithing family's blacksmiths. The martial progenitor had not interfered with the blacksmithing family's blacksmithing family, and the martial progenitor had not interfered. The family's weapon wielder had also been a realmling, and he had been extremely arrogant to the point that Wendy Yushan had not been able to control his sword. Now the blacksmithing family had lost its glory, and this person was perhaps the only imprinter left in the family. Lu Yin did not know how high that imprinter's cultivation was, and he did not want to take the risk of fighting with that person. He only hoped that this person would be slapped to death by the astral beast. However, Lu Yin was disappointed as that imprinter did not come out. Several days passed and people would occasionally rush out of the palace, but that imprinter still did not come out. Lu Yin had been following the astral beast for more than 10 days now, and there were times when he was tempted to enter the palace to take a look. More than one person had been lucky enough to escape the fate of being slapped to death. Even if those people could not escape him, he still resisted the urge to enter. He was determined not to go. On this day, a certain distance to the right of the astral beast's corpse, a pale-faced man was shuttling through the void. He would occasionally look back as if he was trying to avoid something. For a long time nothing happened and the man's expression did not relax. Instead it became even more serious. Suddenly the man's body froze, and his skin dried up as if water had been sucked out of it. He took out an umbrella to cover his body and only then did that state disappear. As long as you tell me how this umbrella is used and where it came from, I'll let you go. How about it? A cold voice traveled over and a woman walked out from behind the man. Her expression was gloomy and her gaze was icy. She was filled with killing intent and arrogance. You're an emissary, but you're toying with an enlighter like me. Don't you feel ashamed? The man asked coldly. The woman sneered. I fought with an enlighter a while ago, who was younger than you, but he escaped. Enlighter. Zhou. The man frowned. Are you talking about Lu Yin? Zhou's eyes narrowed. Tell me where the umbrella came from and what it's used for. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked into the distance in shock and saw the giant zombie carrying the palace on its back. She was completely dumbfounded as this scene was extremely shocking. The man also saw it. His pupils constricted and then he sped up. Zhou snorted coldly. That umbrella can prevent me from extracting the water from your body, but do you think it can block my attack? As he spoke, he waved his hand and the space beside the man trembled as he was flung away. After all, Zhou was an emissary and not just any ordinary emissary at that. The man was only an enlighter and his power level did not even reach 300,000, so there was no way he could resist her. There was only one Lu Yin in the entire universe. The man did not suffer any injuries. On the surface of his body, 3 streams of qi coiled around him and transformed at the same time. Zhou sneered. I've already experienced the 3 suns' ancestral qi, and it's indeed an invincible battle technique. Unfortunately, it can't make up for the difference between us. The Xia family's progenitor Qin formed from the 3 suns' ancestral qi merged with the illusory progenitor Qin and slashed out. On the other side, progenitor Hui formed from ancestral qi flitted past Zhou and laid down a sourcebox array. Zhou raised a finger and tapped out. A martial seal revolved around her fingertip, and the array easily shattered the progenitor Qin. The progenitor Qin's combined blade technique was also easily neutralized. She was not an ordinary emissary but someone with a power level of over 600,000. She was one of the top powerhouses in the same realm. Enough playing. Hand over the umbrella. Zhou barked. She descended in front of the man and pressed down with a single palm. This attack was merciless. The man raised a hand. Banish, but it was useless. Zhou was only forced back a step by the secret technique, and her palm had already landed on the man's forehead. The man thought that he would definitely die, but Zhou's palm did not land. Instead, she grabbed the man's neck and dragged him towards the giant zombie. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I remember that you're called Xianxia and keeping you alive is more useful than killing you. Actually, I'm more interested in knowing what the 3 suns' ancestral qi is. Zhou's voice became much gentler as she looked at the man. This was her true goal. When she recognized the man, the first thing that came to mind was the 3 suns' ancestral qi. During the sovereign tournament, the 3 suns' ancestral qi had displayed its brilliance and suppressed everyone in the same generation, including the 6th mainland's Daoist 3 skies. Xianxia had even wanted everyone to surround and attack him in order to force out the 3 suns' ancestral qi's potential, but the martial progenitor had stopped him. If not for Lu Yin's sudden appearance and display his legendary strength, Xianxia would have been unstoppable among his peers. Zhou had also watched the sovereign tournament from the Daoist sect, and she had been filled with curiosity and desire for the 3 suns' ancestral qi. She had not expected to run into Xianxia in the burial garden, so she had naturally acted. She did not care about the consequences and she had the martial progenitor's support. So what if she killed Xianxia? Even if she captured him, the Hall of Honor would not know. Xianxia was not surprised that she wanted to learn the 3 suns' ancestral qi. You won't be able to learn it. Zhou sneered, and her gaze landed on the spirit void umbrella in Xianxia's hands. What exactly is this umbrella? It can actually prevent me from extracting the water from your body, so it's definitely not an ordinary item. You have quite a few secrets just like that Lu Yin. It's a pity that he escaped, or else the 2 strongest people in the 5th mainland would have fallen into my hands. Grabbing Xianxia, Zhou caught up to the astral beast's wandering corpse. When she saw the beast's true appearance, she was just as shocked as Lu Yin. It's actually a beast. The burial garden really does have everything, Zhou muttered to herself. Behind them, in the distance, Lu Yin stared blankly at Zhou, who had appeared in front of the astral beast's wandering corpse. Xianxia? Lu Yin saw Zhou, but she was completely focused on the astral beast's wandering corpse and did not notice him at all. Zhou did not notice Lu Yin, so he quickly lowered his head and hid himself even deeper. He was not afraid as Xia Yi was not around and Zhou alone was not enough for him to hide. More importantly, there was still Xianxia. He had to think of a way to rescue Xianxia. Zhou Xian had not become an emissary through cultivation alone. Anyone who wanted to become an emissary had to go through many trials and tribulations, even if they were descendants of the martial ancestor. She was a cautious person, and even when she saw the palace she did not immediately rush in. Instead she held on to Xianxia while waiting, just like Lu Yin. Lu Yin could only stay even further away to prevent her from discovering him. Not long after, someone else appeared. This person did not immediately enter the palace and instead also planned to stay far away. Zhou Xian was unhappy and she appeared in front of that person and threw him in. That person was only a hunter and he was as powerless as a child in front of Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian sneered when she saw that the person was unharmed after being thrown into the palace. She moved her finger and that person had intended to rush into the palace, but he was unable to be stopped. The astral beast's strength pulled him back, but at that moment, the astral beast's wandering corpse waved its arm and smashed that person into a pool of blood. Zhou Xian and Xianxia's expressions changed at the same time, and they both looked at the astral beast's wandering corpse fearfully. This thing could actually attack. There were clearly ancient items within the palace, and Zhou Xian wanted to obtain them, but she did not want to take the risk herself. She looked at Xianxia and decided that this would not do. This person was related to the ancestral qi of the three sons, and his value was too great. She could not take the risk, so she could only keep a distance. She decided that if someone entered the palace she would wait, and if that person obtained something and was slapped to death, it would belong to her. Her thoughts coincided with Lu Yin's. At this moment, Lu Yin circled around and arrived in front of the astral beast's wandering corpse. He then set up a source box array according to the path that Zhou Xian had followed the astral beast's wandering corpse. He rejoiced that the astral beast's wandering corpse had attracted all of Zhou Xian's attention. Otherwise she might have been able to discover him. 2 hours later, Zhou Xian grabbed Xianxia and continued to follow the corpse while waiting for someone to find it. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's eyes trembled as she sensed a fluctuation of star energy. She looked up and saw a pool of blood in the distance. There was a cosmic ring in the pool of blood, and the fluctuation of star energy was coming from there. He was puzzled. How could someone have died there? And it looked exactly the same as when the astral beast had been slapped to death. Even though it was strange, she did not think too much about it. She grabbed Xianxia and walked over to the pool of blood. Just as she was about to lower her head to retrieve the cosmic ring, Xianxia suddenly disappeared and reappeared 1,000 meters away. Zhou Xian was shocked. Not good. A source box array. She stepped into Astral Source Universe to prevent any sneak attacks. Suddenly, Lu Yin used the secret art of scheme to appear behind her. Golden Battle Force imprint appeared as he unleashed his emptiness palm. Zhou Xian had not expected it to be Lu Yin, and she subconsciously used a ripple to block in front of her. She reacted quickly and the emptiness palm landed on the ripple, sending her flying out of Astral Source Universe. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as his spiritual force erupted. The Zhou Xian imprint's majestic power swept through the area, completely dispersing Xianxia and Lu Yin's star energy. She could disperse star energy, but she couldn't disperse spiritual force, nor could she disperse the emptiness palm. The last time they had fought, Lu Yin had learned that Zhou Xian's greatest weakness was her spiritual force. Coincidentally, his strongest point was also her spiritual force. He was the strongest against the weakest, and Zhou Xian was immediately struck. Under Bai Ye's imprint of the martial progenitor, her entire being sank into oblivion. She saw the martial progenitor descend, and she saw herself learn the ancestral qi of the three sons. However, all of this was illusory as the martial progenitor sent a palm towards her. This palm landed on her, and from what Lu Yin knew, the illusory attack within Bai Ye's imprint of the martial progenitor was enough to heavily injure or even kill Zhou Xian. However, he had underestimated the martial progenitor's descendant. Zhou Xian's forehead blossomed with light as a martial seal appeared. Not only did it break through Bai Ye's imprint of the martial progenitor, but it also attacked Lu Yin. If Lu Yin had seen Zhou San's battle with the corpse god, he would not have been surprised. Zhou San was the martial progenitor's third grandson, and he had relied on the martial seal that the martial progenitor had left within his body to kill the corpse god. Zhou Xian also had an inherited martial seal, and even if its power was less than 1% of Zhou San's, it was still a fatal threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and with a wave of his hand, the spirit void umbrella appeared in Xianxia's hand. He opened it up and aimed it at the martial seal. There was a loud bang as the void was torn apart and Lu Yin was sent flying. The shockwaves from the void's explosion swept through the surroundings, kicking up a cloud of dust beneath the feet of the astral beast corpse. After a while, when the dust settled, Lu Yin lowered his arm. The spirit void umbrella was undamaged and Zhou Xian's face went pale. Impossible. The martial seal came from the martial progenitor. How could this umbrella withstand it? Chapter 1804. Lu Yin was glad that he had the spirit void umbrella, or else he might not have been able to completely defend against it with just his micro-armor. This was the martial ancestor's martial seal, and based on Zhou Xian's limits, it might have exceeded 900,000. This was not something that he could withstand, and the spirit void umbrella had come from the spirit void temple's ancestor Ku, which was also a progenitor item. There are many things that you don't understand. Let's see if you still have a martial seal. Lu Yin barked as his spiritual force swept towards Zhou Xian once more. Zhou Xian's expression changed, and she waved her hand in a futile attempt to drain the water from Lu Yin's body. However, Lu Yin had the spirit void umbrella and all of her attacks were blocked. Under Bai Ye's praise, Zhou Xian endured unimaginable pain. The martial ancestor could protect her once but not twice. Within the illusion, the martial ancestor's palm finally landed. Zhou Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and her forehead cracked open. She glared at Lu Yin with a pitiful expression. I'm the martial ancestor's descendant. You dare kill me, Lu Yin? Lu Yin's eyes widened. So what if you're the martial ancestor's descendant? It's not your place to act like a tyrant in the fifth mainland. Zhou Xian shrieked and pulled out all sorts of power vessels from her cosmic ring in an attempt to save her life. One of them was a defensive power vessel that took the form of a martial seal that wrapped around her entire body. She then charged into the distance. Little bastard, I'll remember this. I'll make you pay with your life in the future, and your Great Eastern Alliance can forget about surviving in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's expression was icy and his gaze was icy. You really think you can escape? The astral chessboard appeared beneath his feet and he moved. Zhou Xian broke into the astral source universe in an attempt to escape, but Lu Yin did the same. He raised a hand and summoned a general appointment platform. In my name I summon a general. The next moment the death aura in Lu Yin's body rapidly decreased and he formed Songzhou. He aimed it at Zhou Xian and ignited flames. Songzhou was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, and his attacks caused Zhou Xian's defenses to distort. He was terrified. Lu Yin, stop. Do you want to start a war with the sixth mainland? Do you want to start a war with the martial ancestor? Lu Yin was unmoved and he attacked with an empty palm. In less than 10 seconds, Zhou Xian's defensive power vessel shattered and she was shocked. Lu Yin, I'm the martial ancestor's descendant and there are many powerhouses. If you dare to kill me, you'll die. The martial ancestor won't let you. Lu Yin took out the weapon shard and casually waved it. The weapon shard sliced into Zhou Xian's neck and a thin, blood-red line could be seen clearly. Xianxia stared blankly as Zhou Xian's corpse fell to the ground. Zhou Xian's eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness and hatred. This person was dead. Lu Yin walked out of the astral source universe exhausted as well. Zhou Xian was not easy to deal with. Even if her spirit was her weakness, she still had the protection of the martial seal that the martial ancestor had given her. If not for the spirit void umbrella, he would have been in trouble. As a descendant of the martial ancestor, he had a lot of good stuff. Fortunately, he had more tricks up his sleeve. The earth shook, but the giant zombie was not affected by the battle. It continued to carry the palace forward step by step. Lu Yin walked over to Zhou Xian's corpse and looked at it quietly. After killing the martial progenitor's descendant, the enmity between him and the martial progenitor was irreconcilable. However, he did not intend to do so. After all, the enmity between the sixth mainland and the fifth mainland was irreconcilable. Although they were both humans and their greatest enemy was the Eternals, Progenitor Qin had massacred the sixth mainland's progenitors, the symbol progenitor had carried an entire civilization against the sixth mainland, and Progenitor Hui had schemed against time and almost sacrificed the entire sixth mainland. All of these proved that the sixth mainland had done something that the fifth mainland could not forgive. If not for Progenitor Hui's schemes, which had led to the collapse of the sixth mainland and the invasion of the Eternals, the the sixth mainland would have been annihilated. In Lu Yin's heart, the sixth mainland was an enemy that was second only to the Eternals and the four cardinal scales. If he killed them, then so be it. The spoils of war were the most important. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the cosmic ring on Zhou Xian's finger, and he eagerly picked it up. Xianxia arrived, and he was speechless when he saw Lu Yin's actions. Lu Yin looked at him and reluctantly tossed the spirit void ring over. This is good stuff. Xianxia caught it and stored it in his cosmic ring. I got it in the ruler realm. Thank you. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Then give me more star essence. Xianxia nodded. All right, I'll go back and get some. Lu Yin did not take this to heart, and his attention was focused on Zhou Xian's cosmic ring. He used Zhou Xian's blood to open the ring and poured everything out. He was stunned. Aside from the woman's personal items and some pills, there wasn't much else. Where were the power vessels? Where were the legacy techniques? At the very least there should be star essence, but there was none. Lu Yin thought that he had not emptied everything, so he poured everything out as much as he could, but there was nothing left in the ring. He gritted his teeth as he had not gained anything from this huge battle. Right, he took out the general appointment platform again. In my name I appoint a general. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Xian was appointed and became a brand on the platform. This was Xianxing's first time seeing Lu Yin appoint a general, and he was very surprised. Lu Yin glanced at him and thought about the spirit void umbrella. Based on his temperament, he would have just taken that toy away. He had saved this guy's life, but no matter what, this guy had gone through thick and thin with him in the cosmic trees, so he felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, he would just pretend that he had never seen the spirit void umbrella. Don't tell anyone, Lu Yin said, referring to the general appointment platform. Although Elder Chan already knew about it, the outside world had not heard of it. Xianxia was surprised. Is this your innate gift? You don't know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia shook his head. I should know. Lu Yin recalled that everyone in the cosmic tree's memories had been sealed, and they could not actively recall anything related to the Lu family. The general appointment platform was the symbol of the Lu family, so naturally no one dared to speak of it. The fifth mainland also had no records of it, and only a few people like Elder Chan knew about it. Although Xianxia was second only to Lu Yin in his generation, he was still young and did not have the qualifications to know too much. That woman is called Zhou Xian, and she's a descendant of the sixth mainland's martial ancestor. Lu Yin casually replied, I know. We've fought before. I heard her mention it before, so I knew it was you. Aside from you, no enlighter can escape from her, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin looked at him. Is that a compliment? Xianxia did not deny it. Once news of her death spreads, it will definitely attract the attention of the sixth mainland's martial ancestors' descendants. Did anyone see her chasing you? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia and Lu Yin looked at each other. I don't know. Lu Yin frowned, but he did not say anything else. Xianxia's expression was calm. Even if someone finds out that her death is related to me, it doesn't matter. Even if the martial ancestor descends, he might not dare to enter the Neoverse. My fifth mainland has the power to restrict progenitors, and the Ionian kingdom was able to injure the mystery progenitor, which is a huge blow to the sixth mainland's three ancestors. There's also the symbol progenitor's power that injured the martial ancestor, Lu Yin reminded him. Actually, he really wanted to ask about the Hall of Honor. What kind of power was the Hall of Honor hiding that the seven sky gods were so afraid of? The seven sky gods were all half-progenitors, and the entire human domain's seven half-progenitors had to join forces to contend against them. The Hall of Honor alone would not be able to withstand them, and if the seven sky gods joined forces to attack the Hall of Honor, the other half-progenitors might not have the time to rescue them. Even so, the seven sky gods had never joined forces to attack the Hall of Honor. Back then, an ancient god had been able to destroy the node from Elder Chan. Even if the node had been set up by the Hui ancestor, it also proved that Elder Chan might not have been able to completely stop the ancient god. The Hall of Honor definitely had some kind of background that the seven sky gods were afraid of, but Xianxia should not know about it, so Lu Yin did not ask. Lu Yin and Xianxia hurriedly chased after the corpse as it walked away. Why are you following it? Lu Yin glanced at Xianxia and his tone was not very friendly. Was this guy trying to snatch the treasures from him? He was too bold. Xianxia calmly replied, We're just following it. Don't worry, everything is yours. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Did that even need to be said? If he dared to snatch it, he would break his hand. Xianxia was curious about the origins of this astral corpse beast as well as the situation in Burial Garden. After all, it was one of the 3 dark hands. Right, does Elder Chan allow you to enter Burial Garden without worry? Lu Yin asked as he recalled something. Xianxia calmly replied, after the sovereign tournament, many people's thoughts changed. Previously, they wanted to use the safest method to nurture me, and they wanted me to cultivate to the half-progenitor level without harming my life. But now things are different. After losing to you after the sovereign tournament, many people changed their minds, especially Elder Chan. He allowed me to go out and train on my own. Even if I die, I want to die on the road. Lu Yin felt strange. What a strange way of thinking. Who would go out and train just for the sake of training? It's all because they have no other choice. If possible, I'd rather be kept in captivity as long as they give me enough star essence. That's not a funny joke, Xianxia said. Lu Yin was very serious. I'm not joking. As long as you guys can satisfy my appetite, I won't go anywhere. Xianxia did not believe him at all. Besides Lu Yin himself, no one else would believe him. It was just like when Starsibyl had asked him how to become stronger, and he had answered that he could become stronger with money. This answer had angered Hai Dashao so much that he had almost slapped him. However, this was Lu Yin's answer. This was his path and no one else could replicate it. Lu Yin followed them for 2 days and quite a few people arrived during this time. Some entered the palace, while others followed Lu Yin and Xianxia, intending to pick up scraps. In Lu Yin's words, these people were too wretched, and they were forced by Lu Yin to explore the palace. If they were lucky, they would be able to find something, but if they were unlucky, they would be slapped to death. Lu Yin obtained a few things from these people, but they were not of much use. Some items seemed ancient, but they would shatter with a single touch. Some items were enough for an emissary, but they were of no use to Lu Yin. Do you want this? I'll sell it to you. Lu Yin handed over an ancient-looking power vessel to Xianxia and asked expectantly. This power vessel had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and it could even push away an emissary. However, to Lu Yin, it was not even as useful as a hollow palm. Even if he could upgrade it to the max, this sort of area of effect attack would not be of much use. Xianxia took it. How much? What do you think? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Xianxia thought about it for a while and then gave Lu Yin a white Mavis Bank card. The Hall of Honor gave this to me. They said that it's enough for me to use so you can withdraw it. He then told Lu Yin how to withdraw the money. Chapter 1805. Lu Yin was excited. A white crystal card was second only to a top-grade gray crystal card. How much? I don't know, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin accepted the card expectantly. The two looked up at the same time and saw a person rush out of the palace, only to be swatted to death by the corpse. They had seen such a scene many times and they were already numb to it. All of a sudden the giant zombie beast stopped moving. Lu Yin and Xianxia exchanged glances, but the corpse never stopped moving. The next moment the palace tilted and the corpse straightened its back. Then many items fell out of the palace, most of which were corpses. Lu Yin and Xianxia were stunned. Was this a stretch? A corpse could stretch. The corpse only stretched for a short while before it continued to stagger forward, leaving behind a pile of items on the ground. Lu Yin and Xianxia hurried over. In another direction not far away, someone looked up at the corpse as it walked past. The person stood there quietly and seemed to be about to leave. At that moment, Lu Yin's domain happened to cover the person, and the person paused before slowly turning around. Lu Yin, who had been picking up the leftovers, was suddenly startled. He stepped into Astral Source Universe and disappeared. Xianxia was flabbergasted. What had caused Lu Yin to not pick up the items? Xianxia knew Lu Yin well enough to know that something big must have happened. He wanted to chase after Lu Yin, but when he looked around he did not know where Lu Yin had gone. In the distance that person looked up at the corpse as Lu Yin stepped out of Astral Source Universe. You're still alive? Starsibyl. This person was Starsibyl. Many people had thought that she was dead and the Starsibyl sect had disappeared. No one had expected her to appear here. Starsibyl looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Her smile was devastatingly beautiful. Brother Lu, we meet again. Lu Yin looked at Starsibyl's smiling face. I thought you guys were dead. Starsibyl smiled. The Neo-Human Alliance needs us to find something for them. Why would they kill us? So you're saying that the Star Sibyl sect was destroyed by you guys? Lu Yin asked. A light breeze brushed past her face, causing her hair to flutter. She tucked it behind her ear, revealing her snow-white neck. That's the only way to avoid being captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Why not ask the Hall of Honor for help? Does Brother Lu think that the Hall of Honor can protect us? Or would Elder Chan appear personally? Although my Star Sibyl sect has some influence, we are still unable to request the protection of a half-martial ancestor powerhouse. How can we compare to Brother Lu? After the Autarch tournament, the Sage Celestial Master personally appeared to protect you, and you've turned misfortune into fortune many times. Star Sibyl was envious. Were you now? Lu Yin asked. Star Sibyl bowed slightly. The Eternals are too powerful. Even if Brother Lu has the power to protect himself, he might not have the power to protect my Star Sibyl sect. I hope that Brother Lu will not ask too many questions and allow my Star Sibyl sect to remain in peace. When the day comes that Brother Lu needs help, my Star Sibyl sect will definitely assist you with all of our strength. I also hope that Brother Lu will not forget our previous agreement. Back then Lu Yin had asked the Star Sibyl sect for a divination, and Star Sibyl had asked Lu Yin to promise that he would preserve the Star Sibyl sect's last bit of hope when the human race faced a great calamity. This was the promise that Lu Yin had made to the Star Sibyl sect. I haven't forgotten, but what exactly is it? Lu Yin was curious. Star Sibyl shook her head. I don't know either. A great calamity will definitely come, but I can't predict what it will be. Then what makes you think that I can preserve the seed of your Star Sibyl sect? I might not even be able to protect myself. Star Sibyl's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, do you still remember when you were a part of the Star Sibyl Academy? Do you remember the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest? Lu Yin nodded. Of course. Those two tournaments had made his name known throughout the universe to a certain extent, so how could he forget? He had also met Wang Yun in the Tournament of the Strongest, which had caused his identity as the Cosmic Tree to be exposed. Star Sibyl's lips curled up beautifully. Back then I wanted to divine Brother Lu's future, but Brother Lu wasn't within the scope of my divination. Thus, I divined the results of the Tournament of the Strongest and used them to check Brother Lu's future. Lu Yin was astonished. Check the future? What do you mean? Star Sibyl shook her head. It's hard to explain. This is a point that I divine myself. The person who used this point to divine me back then should have been Star Sibyl, Astral One's leader, who studied with me in the Astral Combat Academy. She's one of my 9 clones. So you're saying that you thought of me as someone who could be entrusted to you back then? Lu Yin was bewildered and his tone was filled with distrust. Star Sibyl smiled. Of course not. It's just a point, or rather a variable. I want to use you as a variable to perform more divinations. But you once helped Night King Jinwu, Lu Yin said. Star Sibyl looked at Lu Yin. When Brother Lu fought with Night King Jinwu, I told you that that day was the most glorious day of his life, but it could also be the darkest day of his life. I also told you that I can't divine his future. Lu Yin stared at her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So you didn't just use me as the point for your divination but also Night King Jinwu? More accurately, I used you as the point and Night King Jinwu as a reference to make a second divination because I couldn't directly divine you, Star Sibyl explained. Lu Yin did not understand Star Sibyl's words at all, but he knew that Star Sibyl had divined his future many times. The only difference was that she had not directly divined his future, but rather his enemies. This was also the reason why he had gotten close to Night King Jinwu. The first time was the Tournament of the Strongest and the second time was Night King Jinwu. What was the third time? Lu Yin asked. He did not like being schemed against by others, but Star Sibyl had never schemed against him before. She had only divined his enemies, which gave him a strange feeling. Star Sibyl bowed again. The Tao of divination cannot be explained clearly. Brother Lu, I have no ill intentions towards you and I've even helped you in the past. I've even entrusted the future of the Star Sibyl sect to you. If Brother Lu needs anything in the future, the Star Sibyl sect will do our best to help. I hope that Brother Lu will treat us with sincerity. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Help me find a word. Please tell me, Brother Lu. Lu Yin answered, turbid. Star Sibyl did not understand. Turbid? What does that mean? Lu Yin replied, just this word. Turbid means divination. Senior Zhu, please help me with the divination and tell me the results of your divination. Starsabil nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. By the way, Brother Lu, the Burial Garden Gate is dangerous, and the Neo-Human Alliance will definitely do everything they can to destroy it. The Burial Garden implicates ancient secrets and even inheritances, and the Eternals will not allow it to exist. Brother Lu, be careful. Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he watched Starsabil leave. If possible, he wanted to force Starsabil to tell him everything she knew, but some people could not be forced. Furthermore, the Starsabil sect had indeed helped him several times, and he was not the type to bite the hand that fed him. He hoped that they would be able to divine some information about Turbid, but Lu Yin did not hold out much hope. Even Mr. Mu could not find anything, so how could he count on the Starsabil sect? That was impossible. He just wanted to see how powerful the Starsabil sect was. What could Turbid possibly lead to? When Xianxia had divined for him, it had caused him to vomit blood. The Starsabil sect still had some ability. The surface of the lake was too calm and nothing could be seen from the outside. Lu Yin would have to throw a rock in to see if he could draw anything out. Lu Yin planned to stir up a pool of spring water, and he hoped that the rock that was the Starsabil sect would be able to stir it up. He returned to the area where the astral beast corpse had been stretching. Xianxia was waiting for him, and there was also a cultivator squatting beside her, looking uneasy. Lu Yin ignored the cultivator and picked up the rest of the loot. Most of the items that had dropped were corpses and weapons, but they were all very ordinary. It was obvious that they had been looted from a fight within the palace. Lu Yin checked the cosmic rings of the corpses one by one and found 2 weapon fragments. Not bad, it seemed that he had not waited in vain. Can I leave now? I didn't pick up anything, the cultivator squatting on the ground asked in a trembling voice. He recognized that one of the 2 was called Xianxia and he represented the Hall of Honor. The other was even more terrifying and he was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin. He cultivated in the western region of the Innerverse, and even though it was quite a distance from the Great Eastern Alliance, it was said that even the Chaos God sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so it was only a matter of time before they joined. Lu Yin glanced at the cultivator, and his gaze sent a chill down the cultivator's spine. He hurriedly said in fear, Alliance leader Lu, I didn't pick up anything. I only heard that there was a giant carrying a palace around and I just happened to see it, so I came to take a look. I was caught by this lord as soon as I arrived. I really didn't pick up anything. You heard? Who said that? Lu Yin asked in surprise. The cultivator replied, It's all over the outside world. Some people say that there's a giant carrying an ancient palace around the graveyard, and that it often drops precious treasures such as weapons, power vessels, and even legacy techniques. Lu Yin frowned. When did that happen? The cultivator thought about it. A long time ago. The graveyard opened not too long ago, so it should have been around 10 days ago. 10 days ago, Lu Yin had not seen this corpse, which meant that this place had already been exposed before he had arrived. At that moment, a figure walked out of the palace on the corpse's back, tore through the void and stepped out. Lu Yin recognized this person. It was the 7th stage blacksmith. He hadn't died. He had been inside for quite some time. The 7th stage blacksmith was an envoy, and he could use the astral source universe to travel through the void. However, this was meaningless to the corpse, as it could shatter the void with a casual wave of its hand. Even if the blacksmith had tried to escape through the astral source universe, it would have been useless. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, but the cultivator could not understand what had just happened. He had only seen the corpse casually wave its hand, and the void had exploded like a mosquito, causing blood to scatter everywhere. Alliance leader Lu, sir, I really didn't pick anything up. I just wanted to take a look. I swear that I will never spread the news that you 2 are here. Right, I can also use information to buy my life, the cultivator said in a panic. Xianxia was curious. Information. The cultivator nodded and gulped. Not far from where I came from, there's a graveyard gate. Lu Yin turned to look at him, his eyes shining. A graveyard gate that leads to the outside? The cultivator nodded. Yes, but it's been occupied by an expert. If you want to leave, you have to hand over your cosmic ring. Lu Yin and Xianxia exchanged glances. An expert? To them, only someone at Johan's level could be considered an expert, and that was an envoy. How many envoys were there in the universe? And how many of them had stepped into the graveyard gate? Chapter 1806. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and stared at Xianxia. Just as he was about to speak, he paused and slapped the cultivator unconscious. He then turned back to Xianxia. Is it someone from the Hall of Honor? Xianxia didn't understand. Why do you ask? I found a burial gate that can be used to leave the Hall of Honor, and it's being guarded by an emissary. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not sure. I wasn't notified. Lu Yin didn't say anything else and quickly walked over to the pool of blood where the 7th phase blacksmith had been slapped to death. He suppressed his disgust and used his star energy to pick up the cosmic ring, open it and pour out the contents. His harvest this time had been pretty good. There were quite a few weapons in the ring and Lu Yin didn't know if they belonged to the blacksmith or someone else, but they were all of decent quality. Aside from the weapons, there were also hundreds of millions of star essence, all sorts of bottles, jars and broken pieces of jade. They looked like legacy techniques but they were already damaged and useless. Aside from these, most of the rest were useless items like the tokens of a forging family. Only one item piqued his interest, a map. He spread it out and was surprised to find that it was a map of the palace he'd been in. No wonder this guy had been inside for so long. He had been drawing a map, but what was the point? Lu Yin didn't even know who he was drawing it for. The map depicted the various locations of the palace in detail, and the dangerous areas were specifically marked out. Lu Yin glanced over the map, but he didn't plan on exploring any of them. He wasn't confident that he could escape the giant zombie's arms, and even the secret plan or a greater teleportation array might not be useful. Suddenly, Lu Yin stared blankly at a diagram in a corner of the map. It wasn't a palace but rather a creature that had been drawn by the blacksmith. It was more obvious than any of the other markings. More importantly, Lu Yin had seen this creature before. It was a strange creature that had no eyes, no limbs and no eyes, ears, mouth or nose. Its body seemed to be surrounded by hills that went up in layers. It didn't exist in any of the known life forms, but Lu Yin had seen it before, and it had left a deep impression on him. When he had been absorbing the death energy in the oddity sect, Lu Yin had seen a man who seemed to be the Grim Reaper easily suppress a creature that looked exactly like this diagram. Since then, Lu Yin had taken some time to investigate, but there was no such creature among all of the known life forms. It didn't belong to this era and it only belonged to the era of the figure that Lu Yin had seen. If that figure was really the Grim Reaper, then the life form that dared to attack the Grim Reaper was likely a progenitor. The blood-stained robes he had obtained earlier confirmed his suspicions that the figure was the Grim Reaper. In that case, he looked up at the palace. It wasn't strange for this creature to be depicted in the palace as they were from the same era. However, if it really was an era, how was this palace preserved? Too much time had passed. What was the origin of this burial garden? Even these things could be preserved. It was as if they had crossed through time and space, connecting to the ancient times. This map? Xianxia came and asked. Lu Yin put the map away. There's no map. Just now. There's nothing. You're mistaken. Xianxia was speechless. It's not like I'm going to steal it. Lu Yin's gaze turned dangerous. You'll be finished if you try. Xianxia didn't know how to reply. Don't forget you still owe me money. Xianxia, didn't I give you a crystal card from the Mavis Bank? He asked uncertainly. That's for buying power vessels, Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly. Xianxia pursed his lips, not knowing how to communicate with Lu Yin. After thinking about it, he decided to just treat it as compensation for saving his life. Xianxia then went out to find a way to get some money for Lu Yin. Are you still going to follow this corpse? Lu Yin looked at the corpse walking away and shook his head. No, it's easy to enter but difficult to exit. I don't want to die yet and following it takes up too much time. Xianxia replied, I won't be following it either. He looked around. The burial garden is huge and I want to explore it more. What about you? I'm going out for a bit. Don't die. Even if you do, you have to pay back the money you owe me before you die, Lu Yin emphasized. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Got it. Don't worry, brother Lu. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lu Yin replied, and the two parted ways. One headed south, the other north, while the corpse headed east. In the Innerverse, the organization at the helm of the Beast Tamers Flow Zone was the Divine Great Hall. Under the Divine Great Hall were the First Great Hall and Second Great Hall, both of which controlled the entire Beast Tamers Flow Zone. There were many astral beasts in the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. Unlike humans, astral beasts did not need to be explorers to be able to roam the universe. Many astral beasts could do so at birth. For this reason, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone had come up with a method to create a shell similar to a spacecraft's exterior. This could protect the beast masters and allow them to accompany the astral beasts as they traveled through space. The second Great Hall was located in the outermost region of the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, and they were the gatekeepers of the Divine Great Hall. In the past, there had only been 2 enlighters overseeing the place, and they had both been the most ordinary of enlighters. For example, Karthika, who had died at Lu Yin's hands, had been from the Second Great Hall. Ever since burial garden gates had appeared in various parts of the universe, 3 had appeared within the Second Great Hall's territory. The Divine Great Hall had constantly sent disciples in to explore the burial gardens. However, none of those disciples had been able to contact the Divine Great Hall. As a last resort, the Divine Great Hall could only send enlighters to explore the burial grounds. Within the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, there was only one burial gate that could be used to enter and exit the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. When Lu Yin had ordered that the 8 great flow zones could only maintain one burial gate, the mountain god had not minded since they only had one. However, a few days ago, someone had suddenly walked out of a burial garden gate within the Second Great Hall's territory. It had been confirmed to be the second burial garden gate that could be accessed freely. This had excited the mountain god, and he had not taken Lu Yin's words to heart. How could he possibly destroy one? News about the burial gardens had spread like wildfire on the internet, and no one knew where the news had come from. In short, there were all sorts of ancient inheritances within the burial gardens. Some people had obtained ancient power vessels, some had obtained ancient pills, and some had even obtained blood-red fruits that had greatly increased their strength after consuming them. The Hall of Honor had not stopped the burial gardens from appearing. This made many people believe that the burial gardens contained a great opportunity. The mountain god was certain of this because the first burial garden gate that could be accessed had brought him a legendary creature's feather, the sky-devouring goose. According to legend, there had been a sky-devouring goose in ancient times that fed on the void and drank astral sources. Ordinary people could not see it, and its body covered the sun, moon, and stars. Its cry could even shake the universe. Although it was large, its feathers were special and illusory. It could freely travel through the void without touching anything, and it could even become illusory within the astral source universe. It was a mysterious creature. The mountain god had obtained a sky-devouring goose feather, and he had faintly heard the bird's cry. This cry had given him a vague sense of space, and this feeling had given him a new understanding of cultivation. It was precisely because of this experience that he firmly believed that the burial gardens contained an ancient opportunity, and that was indeed the case. How could he bear to destroy another burial garden gate that he could freely enter and exit? He wished that the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone had a few more burial garden gates so that the Divine Great Hall could seize more of the opportunities within the burial gardens. It was not just the mountain god. Lu Qianjue and the others also thought the same. They had only destroyed the burial garden gate for show, so how could they bear to give up on the opportunities within? Misfortune soon followed. The Second Great Hall had been massacred and several enlighters had died. Countless disciples had died, which shocked the mountain god. The mountain god was furious and he immediately rushed towards the Second Great Hall. When he arrived, he discovered that many planets had been destroyed, and even the burial garden gate that could be accessed freely had been destroyed. More than 10,000 people had died in the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, and all of them were elite disciples. Only elite disciples were qualified to guard the burial garden gate, and these elite disciples were not from the Second Great Hall, but rather the Divine Great Hall. The loss of these elite disciples caused the Divine Great Hall to have a gap in power. Only a few of the younger disciples had survived because they had gone out to train. The mountain god wanted to track down the culprit, but it was too late. The culprit's methods were ruthless, and it was obvious that they had been sent as a warning. The culprit's strength was not ordinary, and even if they were not an emissary, they were definitely an expert that was infinitely close to becoming one. They were also adept at concealing their tracks. A day had passed since the mountain god had received the notice and arrived at the Second Great Hall, which was more than enough time for the culprit to escape. Not only had the burial garden gate been destroyed, but the Divine Great Hall had also lost many disciples, which infuriated the mountain god. However, the mountain god still issued a gag order that this matter could not be spread. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself to Lu Yin, as a normal burial garden gate could not possibly be guarded by so many experts. At this point, anyone who left the burial garden gate had to be extremely cautious. Some people did not even have time to observe their surroundings after exiting the burial garden gate, and they immediately fled as fast as they could. This was because there were countless people watching the burial garden gate. There were very few people who could enter the burial garden gate in search of opportunities and leave with them safely. No one would stop others from entering the burial garden gate, and they would only stop those who exited from escaping. Only an expert at Lu Yin's level would be able to walk out of the burial garden gate without fear. Lu Yin followed the direction that the cultivator had pointed and found a burial garden gate that could be used to leave. There was indeed someone guarding it, and it was a middle-aged man with an arrogant expression. He also had an imprint, and it was obvious that he was an expert from the Sixth Mainland. However, he had not become an emissary and was only an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. This kind of person could not even withstand a single slap from Lu Yin. Thus, when he saw Lu Yin arrive, he immediately tried to flee. However, Lu Yin kicked him to the ground and forced him to hand over his cosmic ring. The man was indignant, as he had thought that the burial garden had only opened recently and that there would not be many experts entering. With his enlighter cultivation level of 300,000, he would be able to run amok for a while. However, reality proved that there were not many experts and he had managed to steal some things. Unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin too early, and all of his efforts had been for naught. Lu Yin was very happy and he even praised this person. "Keep watching and keep working hard. You have a bright future ahead of you." This person had actually contributed a tribulation crystal to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected that the burial garden would actually have tribulation crystals. Although there were not many and they were useless to him, they could still be sold for quite a bit of money. These things were always in short supply and anyone who sold them would want them. Chapter 1807. Aside from the tribulation crystal, this person only had less than 10 million star essence and a piece of jade that contained a cultivation technique. It was useless and did not come from ancient times. Lu Yin was shocked. This person actually had a source box and it was even in the shape of a human. Where did this source box come from? Lu Yin asked with a solemn expression. The person replied bitterly, "A young man contributed it. I asked him and he said that he accidentally pulled it out from underground." "Where is it?" Lu Yin regretted the question as soon as he asked it, as who knew where it was in the burial garden. The middle-aged man did not know how to answer and he only looked at Lu Yin in fear. The human source box made Lu Yin uncomfortable, so he put it away and kicked the middle-aged man away. He then entered the burial garden and exited. Lu Yin was still very vigilant when he left. Although he was confident in his own strength, who knew if he would run into some old freak with a power level of 1,000,000. There were also burial gardens in the Outerverse, and he had not forgotten that many of the Sixth Mainland's experts were in the Outerverse. They would definitely be watching the burial garden. Thus, Lu Yin's footsteps were very small and he held the blood-red bell in his hand. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, he would ring the bell and return to the burial garden. Fortunately, he had worried too much. After exiting the burial garden, he did not see a single person, let alone an expert. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the trees were so tall that they reached into the clouds. He was in a dense forest, and his eyes transformed into runes as he looked around. His expression changed as he could not see any rune lines. Was he not in the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin cautiously gripped the blood-red bell and released his domain. It spread out and gradually covered a great distance. With his current strength, his domain could cover a very wide area. However, even with such a wide range, there was not a single person in sight. What was even stranger was that he kept feeling that this place was very familiar, as if he had been here before. Since he had such a feeling, he could not be wrong. Lu Yin simply stood next to the burial garden and tried to recall everything that had happened in the past. He wanted to find the source of this sense of familiarity, but he could not find anything even after a long time. There was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that there was no one around. There was actually no one guarding the burial garden's burial garden. Could it be that no one had discovered it? That was impossible. He used his domain to envelop the area once again. This time he searched even more carefully as he wanted to find any traces of human activity. He was certain that he was not the only person who had come out of the burial garden, so where did all the others go? Very quickly he found traces of blood. He followed the traces in a certain direction and extended his domain in that direction. Finally he found a corpse. Lu Yin walked over to the corpse and was about to check the cosmic ring when he suddenly remembered something. No wonder this place looked so familiar. It was the place where they had once fled. This was the Greyweed continent. Back when the Sixth Mainland had invaded, the Starfall Sea had almost been conquered, and Lu Yin had inadvertently arrived at the Greyweed continent. He had fled from the Lightning Dojo to the Great Mountain Dojo and he had taken this path. It was no wonder why it looked so familiar. Since this was the Greyweed continent, it meant that this was now the territory of the Eternals. No wonder there were no rune lines here. When he thought about this, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he subconsciously wanted to return to the burial garden's gate and escape. However, after thinking for a while he looked to the east. The Tongshan Dojo was there. In that case he could go and find the fist mark that Lan Si mentioned. The importance of the empty palm to him was self-evident, and the empty palm was only a battle skill brought to Lan Si by the 10 stacks fist seal. There were still 100 stacks above it. Strength 1000 stacks, what kind of battle technique would it bring? Lu Yin was proficient in the overlaying stacks path and multiplier attacks, so he was most suitable for this type of battle skill. However, the Greyweed continent was now the territory of the Eternals. Given his cautiousness, he should return to the burial garden instead of going to the Great Mountain Dojo. What if he was discovered? Lu Yin was caught in a dilemma. On one hand he had to choose the battle skill that was most suitable for him, and on the other hand he had to return safely. Even he did not know how to choose. More importantly, Lu Yin had come into contact with the 100 stacks fist seal, but he had not comprehended any battle skill. He had also come into contact with the 10 stacks fist seal, and many disciples of the Great Mountain Dojo had come into contact with it. Lan Si was the only one who had comprehended the empty palm. Some battle skills depended on luck, not ability. Even if he successfully reached the Great Mountain Dojo and arrived in front of the 100 stacks fist seal, he might not be able to comprehend any battle skills. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to go to the Great Mountain Dojo to take a look. Even if the possibility of comprehending a battle skill was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. This type of battle skill was too suitable for him. At worst, he would run away as soon as he saw a corpse king. Although the Eternals had occupied the Starfall Sea, it did not mean that there were corpse kings everywhere. That was impossible. It was just like when the Sixth Mainland had occupied the Greyweed continent, they had still been able to escape. The Greyweed continent was huge, and there were no corpse kings around the gate of burial garden that he had walked out of. In that case there might not be any in the Great Mountain Dojo. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Lu Yin took a deep breath and mustered his courage to head towards the Great Mountain Dojo. This place was not far from the Great Mountain Dojo. Along the way Lu Yin did not see any corpse kings. Soon he saw the gravitational landmass of the Great Mountain Dojo. There were 20 pieces of land formed from the bottom to the top, and each piece was connected by 100 stone stairs. They could be seen from afar. Lu Yin did not move quickly as he was afraid that he would attract attention. Fortunately, he still did not see any corpse kings when he arrived at the Great Mountain Dojo. The Great Mountain Dojo seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, and there were weeds everywhere. Lu Yin carefully approached the gravitational landmass and leaped up. He directly landed on the 10th layer, which was the layer where the 100 stacks fist seal was. Back when Lu Yin had been an explorer, he had been able to walk on the 10th layer. Now the gravity of the 10th layer did not affect him at all. When he arrived at the 10th layer, Lu Yin walked directly to the fist seal and pressed his fist against it with a nervous expression. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction except for the vibration technique of the 100 stacks. He was disappointed that he had not comprehended it. He had touched this fist seal before, but there had been no reaction. It was the same now. Could it be that only Lan Si could comprehend it? Lu Yin refused to believe that there would be no reaction. He took out his fist, then probed it again, then took it out and probed it again. Suddenly an idea came to him and he used his fist to imitate an emptiness palm. He pressed his fist into the seal and in the next moment, there was a strange vibration. Lu Yin could vaguely see a palm seal appear and strike at him, pulling out everything he had. His domain, spiritual force and overlaying stacks all erupted at once. Lu Yin took a few steps back and took a deep look at his palm. A message appeared in his mind. He had comprehended the hollow palm. The follow-up to the hollow palm was called the hollow palm. The hollow palm gathered the strength of the overlaying stack's path, and it used an invisible palm seal to unleash a peak attack. The hollow palm was a step further. Not only did it include the overlaying stack's path, but it also included all of one's battle force, domain, spiritual force to form a single palm. This palm was even more indiscernible than the hollow palm. It was all-encompassing, and even if the opponent had the corresponding physical strength, they would still be injured if they did not have a domain, spiritual force that could match the palm's attack. In other words, the hollow palm was the purest attack that gathered all of one's strength, and it included the hollow palm. It was even more straightforward and powerful than the hollow palm. Lu Yin could not help but look up at the top floor where there was still the 1,000 stacks fist seal. He did not know what it contained, but was it even stronger than the hollow palm? Since he had comprehended the hollow palm, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay any longer. He turned to leave, but the moment he turned around, an indescribable terror caused him to subconsciously use the plan's secret art to avoid his original position. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed past, and a terrifying gale tore through the void and cut open the sky. Lu Yin appeared 100 meters away, and there was now a corpse king where he had been standing. When did this happen? The corpse king stared at him with its scarlet eyes, bent its legs and suddenly charged forward with a punch. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He did not seem to move, but his right palm suddenly appeared in front of him. The hollow palm. Boom. A shockwave exploded, shattering the void. The corpse king and Lu Yin broke into the astral source universe at the same time, and a terrifying power spread along the palm. There was another explosion and Lu Yin was forced back 5 steps. The clothes on his arm had been torn to shreds, and his entire right arm was numb and unable to move. The corpse king, on the other hand, was unharmed. This corpse king definitely had a power level of over 600,000, and its strength and physical body had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. More importantly, his domain, spiritual force were not very effective against this corpse king. The hollow palm had already displayed the power of battle force, but it still could not deal a strong blow to this corpse king. This corpse king was very unusual. The corpse king stared fixedly at Lu Yin and slowly raised its arm. Its muscles seemed to be alive as they twisted and twisted together, forming blocks of a deeper color. Lu Yin's face paled. This was an innate gift. This corpse king had a strange innate gift for muscles. Combined with its power level of over 600,000, it could display even more terrifying power than a corpse king at the second transformation. This was going to be troublesome. There was a whoosh, and the corpse king stepped forward and sent a palm towards Lu Yin. Its fighting style was simple and straightforward. Lu Yin kicked the corpse king away and turned around. Stars appeared in his left hand, and the stars transformed into a sword as he slashed out with the 14th sword. Just as the tip of the sword was about to descend, Lu Yin's star energy rapidly disappeared. Lu Yin knew that things weren't good. This corpse king had actually forcefully depleted his star energy. It was rare to encounter a corpse king whose star energy had been depleted. Corpse kings were not humans, and Lu Yin did not know how they had reached the level of an emissary. However, the fact that their star energy had been depleted proved that they also had astral cyclones. Since that was the case, he could not use any battle techniques that had to do with star energy. Lu Yin quickly retreated, but the corpse king chased after him and attacked with its right palm once more. The muscles that extended from the palm of the corpse king's arm twisted, making it look sinister yet incomparably powerful. If Lu Yin did not have his microarmor, he definitely would not have wanted to be hit, but with it he could withstand the attack. Bang! Lu Yin's chest was struck by the corpse king's palm, but he responded with a palm of his own, using the hollow palm. The corpse king was forced back by the hollow palm, but Lu Yin's entire body was sent flying. His chest hurt, but fortunately his microarmor had been able to withstand the corpse king's attack. The corpse king did not retreat very far before its legs bent once more and it suddenly charged forward. Its right arm was bent backwards and all of its muscles were stretched and twisted. Its entire arm had grown by more than one size. Chapter 1808. Lu Yin was on high alert as he retreated continuously. The corpse king's right arm continued to expand as a terrifying power gathered within it. Unfortunately, this place was occupied by the Eternals, so he couldn't see the Corpse King's true strength through the rune lines. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill this Corpse King with the help of the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. As he watched the Corpse King's arm grow thicker and thicker, Lu Yin's thoughts raced and he suddenly descended. In an instant the Corpse King punched out, its power covering the sky and causing the entire world to collapse. The punch landed on Lu Yin's body without any surprise, causing the void to distort as the terrifying power shattered the earth and almost pierced through the Greyweed continent. Not long after, the Corpse King landed and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. It covered a wide area and one could not see the end of it with the naked eye. There were bloodstains and crushed bodies in the pit. The Corpse King stared at him for a while, then raised his head, took a step forward and left. It was only after the Corpse King had left that Lu Yin reappeared. He had indeed been hit, but because of his miniature armor he was unharmed. The body that had been shattered was naturally the corpse from before. Given the corpse's strength, it was impossible for it to have survived the Corpse King's attack. Lu Yin had grabbed the corpse the moment he'd been struck by the Corpse King, and he'd used the secret art to throw it away. That was how he'd managed to trick the Corpse King into thinking that it had killed him. He heaved a sigh of relief and rubbed his right hand, which was still numb. The Eternals were very different from humans and their fighting styles were completely different as well. Humans had many different ways of fighting, such as battle techniques, cultivation methods, secret techniques, innate talents, treasures, lock-breaking methods, and even beast taming, goo worms, and so on. The Corpse King's fighting style was much more direct. It was a combination of innate talents and one's own battle prowess. At most, there was the Corpse King transformation, which increased one's own battle prowess. Lu Yin's fighting style was similar to the Corpse King's, especially when facing an emissary. He could only rely on his physical strength. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't even leave your corpse intact after you died." Lu Yin felt helpless. He looked at the blood on the ground and suddenly thought of something. Not good. He quickly rushed towards the gate. He quickly arrived at the burial gate, but it had already been destroyed. The Corpse King's attack had covered too much ground, and the burial gate had been affected as well. It was as if a layer of the ground had been shaved off. Lu Yin felt helpless and bitter. The gate to the burial garden had been destroyed, so how was he supposed to return? The Greyweed continent was vast and the Starfall Sea was even larger. There should be more burial garden gates. He could only hope that he could find one that wasn't guarded by the Eternals. Otherwise he might not be able to return. According to his memories, Lu Yin walked towards the Heavenly Fire Dojo. In any case, he didn't know where the burial garden's gate was, and walking around aimlessly wasn't a solution. Therefore he decided to go to the Heavenly Fire Dojo to cultivate. He remembered that the Heavenly Fire Dojo existed in the Heavenly Fire Dojo. It nurtured the Heavenly Fire Stone and formed the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo. It made the Heavenly Fire Dojo an existence second only to the Great Mountain Dojo among the 72 dojos in the Boundless Continent. Lu Yin hoped to find a flame in the Heavenly Fire Dao field that could speed up his cultivation, and the power of that flame had to be able to threaten him. Although it wasn't easy to find, he could only try. This time he walked even more carefully. Because he was too excited to comprehend the emptiness palm, he was careless and was discovered. He did not want to make the same mistake twice. A few days later, Lu Yin searched for the burial garden's gate while following his memories. Eventually he arrived at the Skyfire Dojo. Looking at the Heavenly Fire Dojo in front of him, which had been abandoned like the Chongshan Dojo, Lu Yin felt rather emotional. Back then he had almost been left behind by Madame Hong. Also it was here that he had fought with Lan Si for the first time and obtained the Heaven Fire Stone, which had helped him reach his current level. The Heavenly Fire Dojo was even more abandoned than the Chongshan Dojo, but fortunately the Earth's core flames had not disappeared. Lu Yin directly jumped into the flames and headed down, searching for a high-temperature heaven fire that could threaten him. The further down he went, the higher the temperature of the heaven fire became, but it still did not pose a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how far down he had gone, but he suddenly saw something strange out of the corner of his eye. Was that a rock? With his experience with the Qi sect, Lu Yin would not underestimate any rock, especially a rock. This was a heaven fire that could threaten an enlighter with a power level of 400,000, so there was a rock here? That was strange. What kind of rock could withstand such high temperatures? These heaven fire were enough to turn a planet into dust. Lu Yin walked over to the rock and reached out to touch it. The void distorted and his body disappeared. Lu Yin stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and then he smiled in an abnormally happy manner. This was a hidden space in the void, and just like the Blaze Realm, the Day-Night Clan and other powers, the Heavenly Fire Dojo had also placed their resources here. Looking at the neatly stacked star essence and various other resources, Lu Yin licked his lips and put them all away. They were all his. Strange, when the Heavenly Fire Dojo had been destroyed, hadn't the Sixth Mainland ransacked it? That should have been the case, so what was this place? It couldn't be Tianyanzi's personal collection, could it? This void was hidden under the high temperature of the Heaven Fire, and the only person in the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo who could enter was Tianyanzi. When Madame Hong had chased after Lu Yin and the others to the Starfall Sea, she might have forgotten about it, or she might have disdained to search for it. Thus this collection had been forgotten. There were 200 million star essence here, which was not a lot, but it was not bad. Lu Yin only had a little more than 200 million star essence on him right now. The Blaze Realm's powers had occupied the 8 great flow zones and traded with the Astral River Arc, which was why they had been able to accumulate so much wealth. After being attacked by the Sixth Mainland, they had lost more than half of what they had, but that was all they had. The Heavenly Fire Dojo did not have a source of funds, and most of what they had was due to Tianyanzi's efforts. As expected of an envoy-level powerhouse. What a pity if only he had more. Lu Yin was currently an enlighter who had gone through 39 cycles, and breaking through 40 cycles would require 200 million star essence. Breaking through 41 cycles would require more than 200 million star essence, which meant that he would be out of money again. If he had enough money and the temperature of the Heaven Fire in the depths of the Heavenly Fire Dojo was high enough, he would be able to reach the level of an emissary. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Lu Yin took everything and returned to the Heaven Fire Dojo. He descended to the very bottom of the dojo, where the high temperature of the Heaven Fire Dojo was making him feel rather uncomfortable. However, he still did not achieve the desired results. Whatever, it was still barely enough. Lu Yin took out a Heaven Fire stone and began to frantically absorb the Heaven Fire. The stone had absorbed enough heat and he raised his hand, causing his die to appear. He tapped it as he needed 4 pips. When the die slowly stopped at 3 pips, Lu Yin pursed his lips. It would not appear when he needed it, but it would appear when he did not need it. He did not have any money. On his second try, the die slowly stopped at 5 pips. Lu Yin sighed and tried again. On his third try, it was 1 pip. The item had just fallen to the ground when it was vaporized by the high temperature. In all honesty, Lu Yin did not even see what it was. He tried again. This time he was more successful and he rolled 4 pips. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He had collected all his star essence. Lu Yin took it out and released the high-temperature Heaven Fire. 9,300 stars revolved around him and began to absorb the star energy. No matter how much time passed in the time-stop space, only 1 second passed in the outside world. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin returned to the real world. His realm had risen to 41 cycles, and he had used all his remaining star essence to extend his time. This allowed his serious art to reach 10,000 stars as he recited the primogenitor's scripture. 10,000 stars and 9,300 stars did not make much of a difference to Lu Yin. If he wanted to cultivate the serious art to the 5th level of completion, he would need to circulate 99,000 stars. Right now he only had 10,000 stars, which was 9 times more than that. If he had enough star essence, he would have gone into seclusion for a few years, but he did not have that right now. He was still short of money and he would always be short of money. Lu Yin thought of the Mavis family again. Back in Gu King City, Yuehua Mavis had solemnly invited him to visit the Mavis family as a guest. Unfortunately, some things had happened and the invitation had not been put on the agenda. When he returned, he would have to greet the Mavis family as soon as possible. He could offend anyone but not the Mavis family. As long as he could squeeze out a little bit of money from them, it would be enough for him to use. At the same time, a group of people arrived outside the Skyfire Dojo. There were both men and women, and aside from an old woman, the rest were all youths. The one walking in the middle was a beautiful woman in blue clothes. She had a heroic look on her face, and she held a long sword as she slowly walked towards the Skyfire Dojo. "This is the Skyfire Dojo? Senior, we haven't seen it before," someone exclaimed. It was a very cute girl. The man next to her was disdainful. The Skyfire Dojo was once prosperous, but it's now in decline. Our Water God Dojo is the only one that can continue. That's right. The Skyfire Dojo will eventually turn to dust just like the Taishan Dojo. They don't know how to restrain themselves, someone else agreed. The old woman frowned. Be careful with your words. The Skyfire Dojo was once glorious, and it's not up to you juniors to spout nonsense. The man said, Junior is right. Regardless of whether it's the Skyfire Dojo or the Great Mountain Dojo, they don't understand the principle of decline after reaching the peak. Our Water God Dojo cultivates the concept of water, so we understand this principle. No matter how far into the future, our Water God Dojo will definitely stand tall in the universe and never fall. The old woman sneered. Since you know the principle of decline after reaching the peak, why aren't you humble? Do you think commenting on an abandoned dojo will raise your status? The man was just about to retort. The beautiful woman in the middle spoke up. Don't you know how our Water God Dojo has been preserved? Don't you know how Tianyanzi died? Don't you know how Dao Master Lon, Dao Master Lei and the others died? It's not up to you to slander them. The man seemed to be even more afraid of this woman and he didn't dare to say anything else. Don't say such things in the future, the old woman reminded her. The group of youths fell silent and followed the woman into the Skyfire Dojo. Looked at the ruined Skyfire Dojo with a complicated expression. In the past, the boundless continent had 72 dojos, and they had all been glorious. The Great Mountain Dojo had been the strongest, followed closely by the Skyfire Dojo, Tsankui Dojo and so on. Her Water God Dojo had been second only to the Skyfire Dojo, and they had always competed for the second position. It was a pity that her master's strength had been unable to break through to become an emissary and could not stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianyanzi. Otherwise, the Water God Dojo might not have been inferior to the Skyfire Dojo. One was fire, the other was water. Water and fire were incompatible. Chapter 1809. Many of the Water God's disciples were excited when they saw the destruction of the Heavenly Fire Dojo, but they did not know that without the sacrifice of the Heavenly Fire Dojo, how could they have been saved? Dao Master Lon, Tianyanzi, Thunder Dao Master, and Song Dao Master had all sacrificed themselves for others, and they should not be slandered. Let's go. We've seen enough, so it's time to go back, the old woman said. Walked over to the Heavenly Fire Dojo's core and looked down. A sea of flames had once burned the sky. There had once been a fire dragon here that liked to spit out flames and burn clothes. This had once been the place that the Water God's disciples feared the most and had wanted to conquer the most. Now she was standing right next to the Heavenly Fire Dojo's core. Senior sister, let's go, the cute girl said. She was afraid of the Heavenly Fire Dojo's core, as the temperature was so high that she was about to be roasted dry. Nodded and turned around. Just as she was about to leave, her foot slipped, and her entire body seemed to be dragged down by an invisible force as she fell into the core. The old woman hurriedly acted, but a wave of heat surged up and forced her back. Her skin was scorched, and if she had not retreated quickly, she would have been reduced to ashes. The other disciples of Water Goddess Dao Right were all stunned. Senior apprentice sister? Senior sister? Save senior sister. Below, watched helplessly as she fell into the Heavenly Fire Dojo's core. She gritted her teeth, and a stream of water surrounded her body as she tried to escape. With her Hunter Realm cultivation, the Heavenly Fire Dojo's surface could not do anything to her, but for some reason her stream of water was useless. An invisible force dragged her into the Heavenly Fire Dojo, and she instantly disappeared. She could still vaguely hear someone call out to her from above. Thought that she was doomed. A gentle voice sounded out. Wake up. You're not dead. Seashower's eyelids twitched and she slowly opened her eyes. She saw a young man looking at her with interest. She was shocked and hurriedly retreated. If you retreat any further, you'll be burned to ashes. He smiled. Seashower's face had turned red from the high temperature and she looked around. Her pupils shrank. This is the deepest core of the Heavenly Fire Dojo. It's enough to burn an emissary to ashes, Lu Yin said as he grinned at Seashao. Seashao stared at him in a daze. Her lips parted. Lu, who are you? Were you the one who captured me? The word catch doesn't sound nice. You fell down here, Lu Yin said. Seashower's fingers trembled. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. She didn't recognize him. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. When he first came to the Starfall Sea, he hadn't made much of a name for himself. Then he was attacked by the Sixth Mainland. During the battle for the Star Tower, he wasn't as famous as the people from the Neoverse. After the battle for the Star Tower, the Starfall Sea was occupied by the Eternals. It was normal that the people here didn't recognize him. "I'm from the Skyfire Dojo," Lu Yin replied. Xiao obviously didn't believe him. "My Water God's dojo has been fighting with the Heavenly Flame Dojo for a long time, but I've never heard of someone like you from the Heavenly Flame Dojo." Lu Yin laughed. "With your rank, no, I should say with your master's rank, you don't even have the qualifications to know of my existence." Xiao's eyes flashed. He couldn't believe it. Lu Yin raised his hand and a heaven fire stone appeared in it. Xiao was shocked. "Heavenly Flame Stone?" She looked at him in disbelief. "You're really from the Skyfire Dojo?" "Yes, Senior. You should call me Senior. I've been in seclusion for too long and no one recognizes me." Xiao didn't understand. "But your appearance." Lu Yin's lips curled up and he beamed at her. Xiao stuck out her tongue. Appearances could be changed, and with her strength, it was impossible for her to determine this person's skeletal age. She slowly bowed. "Water God's Dojo disciple Xiao greets the Skyfire Dojo's senior." Lu Yin nodded. "I've been in seclusion for too long. What happened in the outside world? When I came out, I discovered that the Skyfire Dojo was in ruins and there wasn't a single person there." His expression turned solemn. "There were corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance roaming the outside world. The Greyweed continent has changed." Xiao's face darkened and her voice became sorrowful. "Yes, the Greyweed continent has changed. The entire Starfall Sea has changed, and it's all because of..." Xiao spoke for more than an hour, and Lu Yin finally understood the current situation in the Starfall Sea. He had originally thought that behind the horizontal black hole, the Starfall Sea would be filled with corpse kings from the everlasting race, and that the humans would either be slaughtered or transformed, just like the battlefield behind the astral tree domain. However, the actual situation was much better than he had imagined. The everlasting race had not massacred the humans. Instead, they had built many human cities in the Starfall Sea, the largest of which was the Eternal Kingdom. The everlasting race had also built an Eternal Kingdom in the Starfall Sea, and its original location had been the Sea King's Dome. The everlasting race had transformed the Sea King's Dome into the Eternal Kingdom, but it was different from the Fifth Mainland's Neoverse. The Eternal Kingdom here was divided into two cities, one east and one west. The western city was filled with corpse kings and humans could enter and leave freely. The eastern city was filled with humans and corpse kings could not enter or leave. Not only that, but the lives of the humans living in the various cities of the Starfall Sea were no different from before. They could still cultivate, explore, and roam freely without any restrictions. For example, the disciples from the Water God's Dojo could travel from the Eternal Kingdom to the Greyweed continent to cultivate and explore their former dojos. It would not be a problem even if they were discovered by corpse kings. Lu Yin began to doubt himself. Since when had the everlasting race been so friendly to the humans? The more he listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. There was a sense of unease in his heart and he knew that something was definitely wrong. The humans were living as they had always been, coexisting with corpse kings, and this should not be the case. The situation within the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom was normal. To the humans, that place was hell, and that was the reason why the Eternal Kingdom had to be destroyed. "Who's the one who controls all the corpse kings in the Starfall Sea?" Lu Yin asked. Xiao solemnly answered, "He Wuxian." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He Wuxian was someone he was familiar with. He Wuxian had been the first to find him, but he had been destroyed by Mr. Mu. Lu Yin had never thought that He Wuxian would be the ruler of this place. "Have you seen He Wuxian?" Lu Yin continued to ask. Xiao shook her head. "No. He Wuxian controls all the corpse kings of the Neo-Human Alliance in the Starfall Sea. Even my master can't see him. Only City Lord Yang can." City Lord Yang was the city lord of the eastern city of the Eternal Kingdom. Xiao's master, Dao Lord Si, was second only to City Lord Yang, and she was also an envoy. Just the eastern city alone had 2 envoys. As for City Lord Yang's cultivation, Xiao had no way of knowing. "Do you know about the burial gate?" Lu Yin asked the key question. He had captured Xiao, to understand the situation in the Starfall Sea. He had not expected that these people would be able to enter the Skyfire dojo so easily without showing any signs of panic. This piqued his curiosity, and he also wanted to ask about the burial gate. Only by entering the gate could one leave the Starfall Sea. Xiao was confused. What's the burial gate? Lu Yin drew an image of the gate in the void. Xiao was surprised. Isn't this the death gate that the Neo-Human Alliance failed in their experiment? Why does Senior call it the burial gate? Death gate? Lu Yin's brows rose, but he was not surprised. The Neo-Human Alliance could not possibly announce that this was the burial gate. Otherwise, once the gate was discovered, the people of the Starfall Sea would immediately flee, and the Corpse Kings would not be able to chase after them. To them, the burial gate was a forbidden area, and entering it meant certain death. What did the Neo-Human Alliance tell you? Xiao replied. The death gate was triggered by an experiment. Once someone enters, they'll immediately be transformed into a mindless Corpse King, and they won't even have the ability to move. If they're allowed to continue existing, they'll gradually expand and turn everything around them into nothingness. That's why we contacted the Neo-Human Alliance the moment we discovered the Death Gate. She then looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Senior, what do you mean by the burial gate? Lu Yin calmly replied, this is not the Death Gate. The Neo-Human Alliance is lying to you. This gate leads to a mysterious place, and there's a passage to the Innerverse there. Xiao was shocked, but then she was overjoyed. The Innerverse? Is that true? Are you willing to be ruled by the Corpse Kings? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he stared at Xiao. Xiao's body trembled, and an extreme unwillingness appeared in the depths of her eyes. Finally, it turned into a deep sense of helplessness. It's not up to us to decide. We know that the entrance to the Innerverse from the Starfall Sea has been blocked by a progenitor. Even a progenitor couldn't enter the Starfall Sea to rescue us, and instead he threw us to the Neo-Human Alliance. What can we do? Lu Yin frowned. This was what the people of the Starfall Sea who had been ruled by the Corpse Kings were truly thinking. They had been abandoned, and if they didn't want to be ruled, did they have to seek death? Besides, their current lives were no different from before. Even her master, the envoy-level powerhouse Dao Master C, was not willing to be ruled, let alone Xiao. No one could blame them, and no one wanted to be ruled by another species. However, they had no choice. If there's a day when we can return to the Innerverse, we'll fight for it, even if there's only a sliver of a chance, Xiao said softly, but her voice was resolute. The burial gate was your chance. Unfortunately, most of it was destroyed by the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin said helplessly. Xiao was puzzled. Senior, weren't you in seclusion? This burial gate only appeared recently, and how did you know that it leads to the Innerverse? She wasn't stupid, and she knew that she had to get to the bottom of this. This matter concerned their lives, and if the Neo-Human Alliance hadn't lied to them, then entering the burial gate would be equivalent to death. No one would be willing to be a guinea pig. Lu Yin said, when I was young I also appeared in a burial gate. I just happened to see it when I woke up, but unfortunately it was destroyed by a Corpse King. Xiao was helpless. That's right. The Neo-Human Alliance destroyed many of these burial gates. Unless they're hidden very well, there shouldn't be any in the 72 training halls. Lu Yin was speechless, and he finally understood why he had been discovered. The Corpse King hadn't been looking for him, but rather for the burial gate. He had just happened to be at the Heavy Mountain Training Hall. Chapter 1810. Since the Neo-Human Alliance was searching for and destroying the burial gate, the chances of the Greyweed continent discovering it were very low. But no matter how low, he still had to search. He had no other way to leave, and the entrance to the fifth mainland from the Starfall Sea was guarded by the sixth mainland's 3 ancestors. Even if the Eternals did not stop him, he would not be able to enter the fifth mainland under their watch. The martial ancestor was eager to kill him. Lu Yin did not trust the 3 ancestors either. Senior, what do you plan to do next? Xiao asked. Lu Yin answered, find the burial gate and head to the Innerverse. I'm not willing to be ruled by a Corpse King. But the burial gate should have been destroyed, right? Xiao was uncertain. Lu Yin was resolute. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we still have to try. Xiao pursed her lips. I'm willing to take you to search the Greyweed continent. Otherwise, if you meet a corpse king alone, your identity will be easily discovered. After all, your strength is extraordinary and even my master might not be your match. Lu Yin smiled. He's definitely not my match. Xianxia was stunned. Why was he so confident? What do you say if you meet a corpse king? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia thought about it and her eyes lit up. Senior, do you have a way to drain some of the water from your body? Our water god training hall has a battle technique that can directly drain the water from an enemy's body, but it requires a long time to practice. If you meet a corpse king, just say that you're my junior brother who's been practicing this technique. Lu Yin was puzzled. Drain water? Who taught you that? He had met Johan a while ago and she had also drained him dry. That feeling had been very uncomfortable. Xianxia replied, it's a battle technique passed down by my ancestors that involves water. Most of them have similar battle techniques. Lu Yin nodded. I'll send you up. Wait for me. He then grabbed Xianxia and tossed her up. The heavenly flames above Xianxia's head were torn apart by Lu Yin's strength, and she fell outside the core of the heavenly flames without even feeling a trace of warmth. The water god training hall's disciples had long since left, and she had stayed underground for quite some time. Lu Yin used Ancestor Ku's inheritance. Things move in the opposite direction. If he wanted to deceive an envoy-level corpse king, then he would need to have his body completely drained of water. Xiao'er's strength was not enough to do that. The only way to pass off the fake as the real corpse king was to do so in the opposite direction, and Lu Yin was also interested in this battle technique. As long as he was attacked, he would be able to replenish himself. The stronger the attack, the faster he would recover, and the more power he would be able to accumulate. Since Lu Yin did not know when he would be able to return to the Innerverse, this battle technique was most suitable for survival in the Starfall Sea. Furthermore, no one would be able to recognize him even if he transformed into a mummy. This was not a disguise but a real mummy. Not even a half-martial ancestor would be able to recognize him. Xiao'er stayed outside the heavenly flame Earth's core for more than 3 days. She didn't get impatient and continued to cultivate. The opposite of water was fire. In her opinion, using fire to roast water might be able to stimulate the cultivation of water. Behind her, the void distorted and Lu Yin walked out. Xianxia turned around and her expression changed drastically. She was scared silly. It's me. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in shock. Senior. Lu Yin's current appearance was truly frightening. His entire body had turned into a mummy, and not even Ming Yan would be able to recognize him, let alone Xianxia. It was as if his bones had been wrapped in muscles. This was Lu Yin's current appearance. Let's go and find the door. Lu Yin's voice was very hoarse. Xianxia grunted in acknowledgement. She was still a little afraid of Lu Yin, but his current appearance made it seem like he had been drained of all his water. As expected of a senior, he was very thorough. Right, don't tell your master. I'm from the Heavenly Flame Dojo, Lu Yin reminded her. Xianxia nodded. Okay, I know. Xianxia was slow, and Lu Yin could not move too quickly in case a corpse king saw them. They followed the Heavenly Flame Dojo and headed west, specifically looking for a dense forest with no signs of human habitation. It was even better if they were in a forbidden area. Forbidden area? There aren't any. The 72 dojos have divided the Greyweed continent, and there aren't any forbidden areas. Even if there were, they would have been explored long ago. The Greyweed continent still could not compare to the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. The Gu Flow Zone had the Scarlet Hell, and even young Empress Qing did not dare to casually set foot there. Her strength was enough to suppress the entire Greyweed continent, and only the Sea King could match her. Have any doors appeared in the Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia nodded. They did, but they were destroyed. No one wants to go in and take a look? No. Do you really trust the Neo-Human Alliance that much? It's not trust. No one wants to throw their lives away. Lu Yin and Xianxia chatted along the way and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. They did not find anything during that time and 2 days later they saw a destroyed burial garden gate. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. Senior, let's look for another place, Xianxia said. Lu Yin nodded. Don't call me senior either. It'll be easy to be exposed. Then how should I address you? Lu Yin thought about it. Call me 7th bro. But what if we meet a corpse king? Xianxia asked. Luyin thought about it. Call me 7th junior brother. I have a 7th junior brother. Then call me 7th bro. Luyin was unhappy. Xianxia stuck out her tongue. All right. A few more days passed and one day Lu Yin's body paused. Here. Xianxia was at a loss. Above them, darkness enveloped them as the void distorted. A figure descended and smashed into the ground. Xianxia and Lu Yin were sent flying by the force of the crash, and it took them a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves. A corpse king had appeared in front of them, and it was the same corpse king that Lu Yin had fought at the Zhou Xian training ground. Lu Yin saw it but his expression did not change. Xiao's face was pale and she was somewhat frightened. The corpse king's scarlet eyes swept past her before looking at Lu Yin. Who are you? Xiao gulped. My junior brother. The corpse king stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he lowered his head, not daring to meet the corpse king's gaze. Greetings, my lord. The corpse king arrived in front of Lu Yin, grabbed his arm and squeezed it. Lu Yin winced in pain. My lord. Xiao panicked as well. My lord. The corpse king released his grip. What are you two doing here? Xiao hurriedly replied, exploring a training ground in the Greyweed continent. This place is very close to the Warwing training ground, so we're heading there. The corpse king looked up, took a step forward and disappeared. A full minute after the corpse king left, Xiao sighed in relief. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Lu Yin was also surprised. Fortunately, he had used the opposite effect technique. His seemingly loose muscles had a terrifying upper limit, and the corpse king had not used much strength. Otherwise he would have noticed the problem. Are we all right now? Xiao asked nervously. Lu Yin asked, are you afraid? Xiao bitterly replied, if I wasn't I wouldn't have survived until now. Lu Yin looked at her deeply. Let's go. From the corpse king's attitude towards Xiao, Lu Yin confirmed her words. The Eternals were looking for a way to coexist with the humans, but they had a deeper goal. Back in the Neoverse, the Eternal Kingdom had terrified Lu Yin, but that was normal. Now the Eternals' actions made him more vigilant than ever before. They were trying to break down the humans' will to resist and use this to enslave them. This was even more terrifying than a massacre, and Lu Yin believed that there would be a group of people in the Starfall Sea who were unwilling to resist the Corpse King. They would rather accept the Corpse King's rule. That would be the worst possible outcome. While Lu Yin was searching for Burial Garden's gate in the Greyweed continent, something huge was happening in the graveyard. Someone had pulled out a bugle horn from the depths of the Burial Garden. And this bugle horn was actually made from the skin of an ancestor. When the bugle horn was blown, the entire Burial Garden began to shake. It was like a massive ancient creature was rushing out, trampling through the heavens, trampling through the starry skies of this part of the universe. The appearance of the horn caused many people to fight over it, but no one knew who ended up with it. All that was known was that the moment the news spread, the number of guards outside the graveyard's gate increased by several times. The person who had stolen the horn would definitely flee and leave through one of the graveyard's gate. It was possible for any one of the graveyard's gates, as that was a progenitor item that even half-ancestors were tempted by. Aside from the progenitor item, the person who had excavated the horn was also eye-catching. That person had an ancient's bloodline. It was rumored that the graveyard had buried countless powerhouses from ancient times to modern times, and it contained the most ancient inheritance that could only be opened by someone with an ancient's bloodline. This rumor made many powers in the universe jealous, and they targeted those with ancients' bloodlines. The corpses that chased after them were quickly destroyed, and those with ancients' bloodlines were controlled into the graveyard. Some were poisoned while others were controlled by techniques. On Yima planet, a cultivator from the Great Eastern Alliance made up his mind to enter the graveyard in search of an opportunity. He knew that all the Burial Garden's gates were being guarded, and he also knew that even if he obtained an opportunity, it might not be his. Even so, he still wanted to try. How many opportunities were there in the universe? There were countless cultivators, and how many of them could stand out among their peers? The competition was too fierce and he wanted to try his luck. If he obtained an opportunity, even if it wasn't his, with his status as a member of the Great Eastern Alliance, he might be able to sell the opportunity. If he was lucky, he could directly exit the graveyard's gate within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. Even if the opportunity was taken away, the alliance would definitely compensate him. As long as he could obtain an opportunity, he could change his fate. This was not only his idea, but also the idea of countless other cultivators. Therefore, the number of cultivators in the graveyard increased by several folds every day. No one stopped these people from entering the graveyard, as this was an unspoken rule. Someone had to enter the graveyard in order for someone to obtain an opportunity. However, in addition to opportunities, there were also dangers in the graveyard. Many of the cultivators who entered the graveyard died tragically. This didn't scare these cultivators, and they would rather try their luck. After this cultivator made up his mind, he suddenly rushed towards the graveyard's gate. He was so fast that even he couldn't stop himself. He wanted to press forward with indomitable will. Just as he was about to enter the graveyard's gate, a person walked out of the graveyard's gate and collided head-on with him. With a bang, that cultivator was knocked silly. He fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 1811. Around them, the cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance who were guarding the area all stared at the person who had walked out. One of them shouted, "This area belongs to the Great Eastern Alliance of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Put down your weapons and hand over your cosmic ring and we won't harm you." The person who came out sneered, "A bunch of trash." As he spoke, his eyes widened and the void shattered. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions. In front of him, the Luo sovereign rushed out from the astral source universe. He raised his hand and aimed at the person, shooting out a beam of light. With a casual wave of his hand, this person extinguished the Luo Emperor's light beam. The Great Eastern Alliance? Just slaughter them. Emperor Luo stared at the newcomer in fear. "You are Xia Yi?" The person who had walked out of Planet Yima's burial gate was Xia Yi. He had never expected that he would end up in the blazing mist flow zone. The astral source in Xia Yi's hand transformed into a saber and slashed out. The Great Eastern Alliance? Since he couldn't kill Lu Yin, he could take care of these small fries. The Luo Emperor was shocked. Xia Yi was no ordinary emissary. He did not even think about taking the blow head-on. He tried to dodge it. However, the difference between Luo Huang and Xia Yi was too great. Xia Yi's combat power was over 700,000 while Luo Huang's combat power was only over 500,000. Half of the arcane sovereign's body was split open by the saber. Xia Yi raised his hand and slashed out again. Above his head, a huge shadow loomed over him. It was Qin Huang. Xia Yi and Emperor Luo were tasked with guarding the burial gate on Yima planet, while the other two gates were left to Emperor Lu and the second Night King. The second Night King had accompanied Lu Yin into the burial garden and gotten separated, but with his strength he was able to quickly find the entrance to the burial garden. If not for Lu Yin's coercion, he would not have wanted to leave burial garden at all. With Qin Huang and Luo Huang's strength, guarding a gate of burial garden would not be a problem. However, they did not expect to be so unlucky as to encounter Xia Yi. As the blade swept past, Qin Huang's huge body was cut open, causing blood to flow down from the sky. Even if the two of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to fight back against Xia Yi. Xia Yi turned around and destroyed the gate to Planet Yima's burial garden. His body flickered as he appeared outside of Planet Yima. He raised his blade and said, "I'll make you all disappear." The blade flashed past, but it was stopped halfway by a long spear. The body of the spear emitted an indescribable pressure and vibration, and forcibly repelled Xia Yi's blade. Xia Yi's expression changed drastically as he stared ahead. The void distorted, and the Sea King walked out of the astral source universe to face Xia Yi. Xia Yi frowned. The Sea King. The Sea King also stared at Xia Yi. 7 Quartz, head of the Xia family, Xia Yi. Rumor has it that you were taken away by the Sword Sect and merged into the Great Eastern Alliance. Were you released? Xia Yi asked. The Sea King raised his spear. This has nothing to do with you. Leave. Xia Yi's expression turned cold. You think you can stop me? Give it a try. In the next moment, the sound of an intense collision shook the starry sky. The aftermath of the fierce battle swept out in all directions. The Ocean King and Xia Yi were evenly matched. Suddenly, Xia Yi unleashed 3 types of blade will and slashed in one direction. There, the sword edge swept past and cut the 3 types of blade will horizontally, followed by another sword. Xia Yi's pupils constricted. Not good, a peerless expert. He turned around and fled without thinking. However, as a sword came from the void and slashed through Xia Yi coughed up blood and fell down. The 14th sword, Emperor Lu's sword, was not something that Xia Yi could withstand. The Sea King sighed as he looked into the distance. Emperor Lu walked over and took Xia Yi away, but he did not speak to the Sea King. On Yima planet, Emperor Luo walked out in an abnormally sorry state. Half of his body had been torn apart and he looked like he had been seriously injured. He walked up to the Sea King and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. May I know why you've come to Yima planet?" The Sea King put away his spear and stared at Emperor Luo. "Where's Wang Wen?" Emperor Luo was confused. "Wang Wen?" The Sea King's expression turned ugly. "That brat actually dared to flirt with my daughter. He's dead." He then vanished into the void. Emperor Luo's mouth fell open, but he did not know what to say. This seemed to be a family matter. However, judging from the Sea King's attitude, Emperor Luo did not think that someone would actually die. After some thought, he contacted Wang Wen and Emperor Lu. At a fort in the Ross Empire, Wang Wen read the message from Emperor Luo on his gadget, and his expression changed. Not good. He had been exposed for flirting with the Sea King's daughter. He immediately contacted Lu Yin, but it was too late. The Sea King had already appeared above his head and landed in front of Wang Wen, grabbing him. "Come with me, brat." Wang Wen was taken away by the enraged Sea King and no one tried to stop him. Wang Wen prayed that Lu Yin would be able to save him. At the same time, Lu Yin was also praying that he would be able to find the hidden burial garden gate. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Yin had been in the Starfall Sea for a month, and he had spent most of that time with Si Xiao in search of the burial garden gate. They had not found the gate, but they had seen many sights of the Greyweed continent. During this half a month, the burial garden had been shaken by the arrival of people with ancient bloodlines. There were many legends that had never been heard of in the burial garden before. Legend had it that a person with an ancient bloodline had walked through the burial garden and mysteriously obtained a piece of jade that had been passed down from the heavens. Legend had it that a person with an ancient bloodline had suddenly gone mad and revealed an obscure ancient truth that no one could understand. There was also another legend that said that a wandering corpse in the burial garden had been searching for an ancient bloodline. Wherever the ancient bloodline went, the wandering corpse would follow like a follower. Legend had it that a giant wandering corpse had dropped a plaque that had crushed many people to death when it stretched its back. There were ancient words written on the plaque. Legend had it that there was a tea mountain that had a wandering corpse that grew tea and liked to impart ancient battle techniques. With the arrival of ancient bloodlines, the entire burial garden had come to life. Many strange phenomena had appeared, and the wandering corpses had also gained vitality. Some people had even been bored enough to casually kick a stone and obtain a legacy technique. This could only be said to have shaken the universe. But what had truly attracted everyone's attention to the burial garden was a rumor that someone had seen Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin was the fifth mainland's most outstanding and most invincible progenitor. He had once suppressed the entire sixth mainland by himself, and his 9 clones technique had allowed him to challenge the 9 progenitors. He had been able to conquer the world at a young age, and he was a living legend that the sixth mainland refused to acknowledge. Everyone had assumed that Progenitor Qin had died, and that the 7 courts had been guarding his tomb. However, no one had expected that someone would actually see Progenitor Qin in the burial garden. Regardless of whether this Progenitor Qin was a wandering corpse or an illusion, as long as someone saw him, it was enough to attract a large group of people. Progenitor Qin's legend had indeed shocked many people, but what had attracted the Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect to enter the burial garden was not Progenitor Qin, but rather, a tribulation crystal pillar. No one had expected that someone would actually dig up a tribulation crystal pillar in the burial garden. This person did not recognize the pillar, nor did he know what it was used for. After digging it out, it was exposed and seen by others. The person who had dug it out did not recognize the pillar either, but that did not stop him from taking pictures and uploading them onto the network. This exposed the person to the Hall of Honor and the Daoist sect. The Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect had not exposed themselves, and they had instead secretly sent experts into the burial garden to search for the person who had found the pillar while continuing to explore the burial garden. Astral One, or rather Astral One, used to be. Wu De blankly looked at the headmaster as well as the other headmasters and gulped. The former headmaster of Astral. One had been an old woman with silver-white hair, and Wuda had never seen her before. It was not just him. Even his seniors from the previous batch, the batch before that, and the batch before that had never seen her before. Astral One's headmaster was in seclusion all year round and did not care about worldly affairs. She had only come out during the Sixth Mainland's invasion, and she had easily killed one of the Sixth Mainland's imprinters and led Astral One safely out of harm's way. Even the other headmasters of Astral 2, Astral 5, and Astral 6 all respected this mysterious headmaster, let alone a student like Wuda. No one knew how powerful this old woman was. "You're called Wuda?" The silver-haired old woman asked kindly with a gentle smile on her face. Wuda gulped and nodded. He licked his lips and smiled. "Yes, Wuda greets headmaster." The old woman smiled. "Not bad, child." With that she waved her hand, causing a screen of light to appear in the air. On the screen was a series of pictures of the cemetery, and many of them showed what people had obtained. One of them was a tribulation crystal pillar. The old woman pointed at the pillar. "Did you take these pictures as well?" Wuda nodded. "What are they for?" the old woman asked curiously. Wuda was embarrassed. I want to increase my fame by taking pictures of the burial garden so that I can establish my own company in the future." The old woman did not understand. Wuda explained, "The burial garden is currently the most important event in the universe. Everyone wants to explore it and obtain opportunities, but I don't dare to dream about it. I also admit that I don't have the strength to do so, so I decided to take these pictures in hopes of becoming the only reporter in the universe to report on the burial garden." Wuda suddenly became excited. "My dream is to become the greatest reporter in the universe. That was my dream before I graduated, and now that I've graduated I still have this dream. For this dream, when I was still a melder, I reported on all sorts of battles in the Astral Combat Academy. The most famous one was Liu Yin's battle news. Now that I'm roaming the universe, I've never forgotten my original goal." The old woman did not interrupt Wuda as he talked about his dream. Instead, she just smiled and watched. The other deans rolled their eyes. From their point of view, a student who did not cultivate seriously was not doing his job properly. Since he had entered the burial garden, he had to have the heart to explore. If he did not even have the heart to explore and cultivate, then this student had no future. Wuda did not care about what others thought. He only wanted to report on the burial garden. The burial garden was too big and he had only been to the tip of the iceberg. However, he wanted to take pictures of everything that he walked through. It was because of this mindset that he had not obtained anything in the burial garden and had only managed to survive because of his identity as a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy. The old woman looked at Wuda with admiration. "Good child, having a dream is better than not having one. You can do whatever you like." She then gave him a power vessel. "Keep it close to your body. No one will be able to tell. Use it when you're in danger." Wuda was excited. "Thank you, Dean." "Thank you." He then ran off. He had been recognized as the Dean of Astral One. Chapter 18:12. This kid doesn't know how to control himself. What if he reports something even more important? Someone asked. The old woman replied, "Everyone has their own path. His path should be walked by himself and other people's paths should be walked by others. There's no need to be responsible for others." The picture of the tribulation crystal pillar had come from Wuda, the man who had aspired to become the greatest reporter in the universe. In the Neoverse, atop World Mountain, Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the gravekeeper on the screen. "Was this within your expectations?" Back then, Burial Garden did not open not only because the symbol progenitor's remnant power was blocking the Sixth Mainland, but also because the time was not right. "You've been waiting for this opportunity for many years." The gravekeeper raised his turbid eyes. "Not me, but Burial Garden. Burial Garden has been waiting for this opportunity for many years. An ancient bloodline." Elder Chan was certain. The gravekeeper sighed. Burial Garden was originally buried in ancient times. Only an ancient bloodline can awaken it. Why don't you look for it yourselves? Elder Chan was puzzled. The gravekeeper shook his head. "We don't have a way to find an ancient bloodline. Only the Eternals can find it, so we can't cooperate with them." Elder Chan's expression was complicated. The Hui progenitor's schemes and Burial Garden's weight seemed to have been controlled by an invisible hand that targeted the Eternals. The mastermind could predict the Eternals' actions, their results, and what would happen in the future. Elder Chan could not help but ask, who made Burial Garden wait? The Gravekeeper shook his head. I don't know. I only learned that Burial Garden had been waiting for an ancient bloodline ever since the day I became the Gravekeeper. Is the ancient bloodline the ultimate goal of Burial Garden? Elder Chan asked again. The Gravekeeper and Elder Chan exchanged glances. I don't know. Elder Chan frowned. The Hui progenitor had schemed against the 6th mainland in the Star Tower and used the Eternals to weaken their remaining power in the 5th mainland and take revenge. Then what about Burial Garden? Who had left Burial Garden behind? They had waited patiently for countless years, doing nothing but waiting for an ancient bloodline. Why did Burial Garden think that an ancient bloodline would one day be hunted down by the Eternals? Could the mastermind have seen that day? This day was the future for those who set up the game back then. Could it be that someone could really see the future? Elder Chan's thought of the Starsabil's sect, and even the legendary god of fate. He could not get any more information from the Tomb Keeper. Elder Chan ended the call and found the chief of the Boundary Mountain. What? Enter the Burial Garden? Zhou Xian's first seat was confused. Elder Chan said solemnly, that's right. Enter the Burial Garden and keep an eye on those ancient bloodlines. Let's see what kind of ancient bloodline they can summon. Chief Zhou Xian's face twitched. Ancient times, this word was not easy to deal with. Others did not know, but he knew a little. What was the ancient times? Even Progenitor Chen's era couldn't be considered ancient. It was a legendary era. Although it couldn't be said that all half-progenitors were ants, there were quite a few progenitors in that era. Moreover, they had all become legends. For example, the Grim Reaper and Fate. If these things were involved, even half-martial ancestors would suffer a calamity. He didn't want to die. He had always been afraid of death. Well, I'm the first seed of World Mountain. It's my responsibility to protect World Mountain. I don't want to go to the Burial Garden. The first seat of World Mountain directly refused. Elder Chan spoke again. Let's go to the burial grounds. Zhou Xian's chief's heart sank. He smiled bitterly. I really don't want to go to the Burial Garden. Let Ting Ping go. He's much stronger than me. Elder Chan stared at him. Let's go to the Burial Garden. Zhou Xian's chief was speechless. Why don't we let Lu Yin go? That kid is smart and can handle anything. Elder Chan continued to stare at him. In the end, Zhou Xian's chief agreed. If Lu Yin wanted to go, then so be it. There was no other way. Why had there suddenly been so much trouble? The technocracy and the burial gardens appeared one after another, and the Hall of Honor was running out of manpower. Even the Hall of Honor's Zhou Xian's chief had been forced to go to the burial garden, and the 6th mainland's Daoist sect naturally didn't remain idle either. The experts who had been cultivating within the Daoist sect all entered the burial garden, including one of the 4 sovereigns, Mr. Guanxing. Many experts from the Outerverse had suddenly entered the burial garden, and the 6th mainland was very anxious to obtain the Tribulation Crystal Pillars. At the same time, they were also very concerned about Progenitor Chen's existence. If Progenitor Chen was still alive, then it wouldn't be good news for them. Less than 2 days after many experts from all over the universe were drawn into the burial garden, a piece of news shook the universe. The Neo-Human Alliance had attacked the 6th mainland's Daoist sect, and rivers of blood flowed. Progenitor 93 had died and his body had been dismembered. Many of the Daoist sect's experts had been killed, and the Daoist sect's hidden strength had been forced out. There had been a total of 4 half-progenitors, but Progenitor 93 had already died. This news caused the entire universe to be speechless. The Neo-Human Alliance was not someone who would not take revenge. The corpse god had been destroyed by the 6th mainland and revenge had followed. However, no one had expected the Neo-Human Alliance's revenge to be so ruthless as to directly attack the Daoist sect. The real Daoist sect had already been destroyed by the Eternals in the 6th mainland, and the Outerverse Daoist sect had been nothing more than a symbolic location. Now it had also been destroyed and the 6th mainland had been slapped in the face. In particular, Progenitor 93's death caused countless people in the 6th mainland to grit their teeth. 93 wasn't just a half-progenitor, but also the martial ancestor's 3rd grandson. He was the only surviving member of the martial ancestor's direct bloodline, but now he had actually died. The shock caused by this news was unimaginable. On the 2nd day after the Daoist sect's destruction, the martial ancestor's power swept across the universe, causing countless people to tremble. Another half-progenitor from the sixth mainland walked out and contacted Elder Chan, though no one knew what exactly had been said. In the outerverse Southern Weave, the sixth mainland's Dao Source sect was located here. At this moment, the entire Southern Weave was immersed in silent grief and indignation. Everyone was holding their breaths, and they all wanted to seek revenge on the Neo-Human Alliance. At the very center of the Southern Weave was the Dao Source sect. When the Eternals had launched a large-scale attack on the sixth mainland, the sixth mainland's Dao Source sect had already been destroyed, and all of the Dao Source sects on the six mainlands had disappeared. At this moment, the Southern Weave was merely a symbolic Dao Source sect. Even so, this Dao Source sect had still been established in an incomparably glorious and prosperous manner. There were 4 half-progenitors overseeing the Dao Source sect, and the 4 10 elders had been there all year round to discuss the sixth mainland's matters. After 93's death, the remaining 3 half-progenitors had all walked out and spoken to the Hall of Honor. They would definitely take the greatest revenge on the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone was waiting for the sixth mainland's revenge. This old man has been everywhere, and I've even peed in the ancestral home of the 4 cardinal scales, but I've never entered the Dao Source sect. The Dao Source sect has existed since ancient times, and it's the only ruler of the mainland. It's a pity that the 5th mainland's Dao Source sect was destroyed a long time ago, and this is the only Dao Source sect that this old man can infiltrate. Although it's also fake, it doesn't matter, as this old man can still be considered to have snuck into the Dao Source sect. Outside the Dao Source sect, Madame Red was curled up, and her face was filled with despair and indignation. This damned old man even wanted to enter the Dao Source sect, but he had chosen to do so at such a critical juncture. What did he mean by saying that he had just been attacked and that he was the least vigilant? She had not known that the Dao Source sect still had so many half-progenitors. When those Eternals had invaded the sixth mainland, it had been said that all of the half-progenitors had died in battle, but there were still so many of them left behind. Where had these old monsters been living in the past? 3 half-progenitors. This damned old man wouldn't be discovered, right? Even if he did, he shouldn't sell her out, as she did not want to die, and she definitely did not want to become a traitor. This old man's guts were too big, too big. Damned old man, you should just die already. The person who had snuck into the Dao Source sect was naturally Kuei Luo, as he had long since coveted the Dao Source sect. What could be more exciting than sneaking into the Dao Source sect? This was a sect that had been passed down since ancient times, and it was the only ruler of the mainland, so it naturally had its greatest secrets. The Dao Source sect was very attractive to Kuei Luo. However, he knew that there were many powerhouses hidden within the Dao Source sect, and it would be very difficult for him to sneak in without being discovered. Fortunately, the Neo-Human Alliance had just attacked the Dao Source sect, and in his opinion the Dao Source sect's defenses should be the lowest. Everyone knew that there were 3 half-progenitors here, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke them at this time. Just as he had guessed, the Dao Source sect's defenses were indeed low, and the Sourcebox array had been destroyed by the Neo-Human Alliance. Half a day later, Kuei Luo screamed as he rushed out of the Dao Source sect. A shout came from behind him, "Die, thief!" The heavens exploded and Kuei Luo's hair was disheveled as he fled in a sorry state. His face had turned purple, and he spat out a mouthful of blood when he was far away from the Dao Source sect. He looked back and patted his chest in relief. This old man is lucky to have so many life-saving treasures. Otherwise I would have been killed by you old fogies. But who is that person? He's enshrined in the deepest part of the Dao Source sect, and from the looks of it, everyone is worshipping him. The 3 progenitors shouldn't be worshipping him as well, right? Kuei Luo felt a chill run down his spine, and he shook his head as he continued to flee. Kuei Luo's sneak into the Dao Source sect shook the heavens once again. When Elder Chan heard the news, he was also in disbelief. After the Neo-Human Alliance's attack, someone had actually dared to break into the Dao Source sect and even succeeded. In the end, he had even managed to escape from 3 half-progenitors. This person was definitely a peak powerhouse amongst half-progenitors. There were only a few half-progenitors in the current universe, and although Elder Chan did not know much about the sixth mainland, he knew that this person was definitely not a half-progenitor. The only other half-progenitor left was the 5th mainland, and no other half-progenitor would dare to do such a thing. Could it be him? Elder Chan thought back to the half-progenitor who had come from the Cosmic Tree domain. That half-progenitor did not seem to be a decent person. He immediately tried to contact Lu Yin, but he could not reach him. Lu Yin and Xianxia were still wandering around the Greyweed continent. It's already been more than a month and we still can't find it. We can't keep on searching like this. Lu Yin was vexed. He could not move too quickly or else he would be easily discovered. However, if he moved too slowly, he did not know how long it would take to search the vast Greyweed continent. The Eternals were also searching for a burial gate, and their speed was not something that the Eternals could compare to. If they really wanted to find a burial gate, their luck would have to be heaven-defying. Xianxia asked, "Is there any other way?" Lu Yin shook his head. He had also thought about it and he had run into some cultivators along the way. However, they were all locals of the Starfall Sea and he also wanted to run into some cultivators who had come through a burial gate. These burial gates appeared without any pattern, and Lu Yin did not know why they would appear in certain places. The most likely possibility was that they had been arranged beforehand. Otherwise, how could the burial gates have the ability to arrange gates throughout the universe? Chapter 1813. Senior, I'm going back, Xianxia suddenly said as she stared at her gadget. Gadgets were not prohibited in the Starfall Sea, but there was no way for gadgets to connect to the Innerverse. Still, there were no obstructions within the Starfall Sea. What's the matter? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Yang Kong challenged my master. Lu Yin was confused. Xianxia explained, Yang Kong is the son of Eternal Kingdom's Dongqing City's city lord. He's a talented young man who's an enlighter. Lu Yin was shocked. An enlighter? He challenged your master? Your master is an emissary, right? Xianxia nodded and said in a low voice, my master only became an emissary a few years ago. This isn't the first time Yang Kong has challenged him, but my master has always refused. This time City Lord Yang personally requested it, so my master had no choice but to agree. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Your master isn't confident? Xianxia pursed her lips. Yang Kong is too strong. Although he's only an enlighter, even enlighters who are infinitely close to becoming an emissary can't last more than a few moves against him. My master admits that he's definitely not Yang Kong's match before he becomes an emissary. Becoming an emissary is a qualitative leap. It's too difficult to defeat an emissary, Lu Yin said. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It might be difficult for others but not for Yang Kong. He's defeated too many powerhouses from the older generation and no one dares to fight him. Since City Lord Yang dared to let him challenge my master, he must be confident. Senior, you just came out of seclusion so you might not know, but the human domain once held a supreme tournament. Experts from the 6th mainland, the Astral Beast domain, and the technocracy all participated. The final winner was someone called Lu Yin, and he was unrivaled among his peers. However, in our opinion, he was definitely not Yang Kong's match. Yang Kong was in seclusion at the time and he was in the Starfall Sea, so he couldn't participate. Otherwise, Lu Yin wouldn't have won the tournament. Lu Yin was puzzled. You've watched the Supreme Tournament? Xianxia shook her head. We haven't seen it. Then what makes you think that Lu Yin isn't Yang Kong's match? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia was certain. Lu Yin can defeat an enlighter who's far above him in a single palm? Can Lu Yin become a boundless advanced lockbreaker at such a young age? Lu Yin's the Starfall Sea? Would Lu Yin be able to challenge an emissary with his enlighter cultivation level after more than 30 cycles? There has never been such a genius in human history. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This brat couldn't be praising him, right? Could she have recognized him? Yang Kong can do what you just said? Lu Yin was interested. Xianxia nodded. What Lu Yin can do, Yang Kong can do as well. What Lu Yin can't do, Yang Kong can do as well. At most, Lu Yin can be respected by his peers, but Yang Kong can even challenge an emissary. That's the difference. Maybe that Lu Yin doesn't even know about the Star Source universe. Lu Yin blinked. He had been severely underestimated in the Starfall Sea. If Big Brother Lan Si was here, he might be able to fight against Yang Kong. What a pity, Xianxia muttered to herself with a sad expression. Lu Yin raised a brow. Lan Si. Xianxia replied, he's one of the younger generation's 10 arbiters. Senior, you're in seclusion so you might not have heard of him. The 10 arbiters are a title given to the top 10 experts of the younger generation. Brother Lan Si came from Zhishan Dojo and is one of the 10 arbiters. He might be able to challenge Yang Kong, but it won't be that easy for him to win. After all, Brother Lan Si lost to that Lu Yin. Tell me, are there any videos of Yang Kong's battles? Let me see. Lu Yin was getting more and more interested, but he was also a little unconvinced. Si Xiao grunted. Yes, there is. She then activated her gadget and a screen popped up to show a battle scene. Because the video was taken from too far away, Lu Yin couldn't see it clearly. This is a video of Yang Kong fighting against an enlighter who has gone through 42 cycles. He won in just 7 moves, Si Xiao explained. Lu Yin stared at the video. The first 5 moves were nothing special, and the enlighter had been allowed to unleash his full power. The 6th move was Yang Kong's, and he had easily dissolved the enlighter's star energy before defeating his opponent in the 7th move. It had been very easy and there was nothing special about it. The second video appeared and this time it was a little clearer. This is Yang Kong fighting against an enlighter who has gone through 49 cycles. This time, Yang Kong also used 7 moves, Si Xiao said apprehensively. Lu Yin watched the video and saw that Yang Kong was still able to easily dissolve his opponent's star energy. His figure then turned and his appearance was clearly shown. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Bukong? The person who had appeared in the video was Bukong, one of the 6th mainland's Dao Source 3 skies. He was someone who should have been dead by now. Lu Yin stared at the video and his eyes flickered with disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't Bukong dead? How was he still alive? The video quickly ended and Lu Yin said, "Again, show me all of his battle videos." Si Xiao did not understand why Lu Yin's tone had changed, and she continued to search for Yang Kong's battle videos. There were many videos and Yang Kong's name was Zhang Yang. Every time he fought he would make it known to everyone as if he was afraid that no one would know about him. He fully displayed the arrogance and self-indulgence that a person of his age should have. Lu Yin watched the videos over and over again and he finally confirmed that this person was Bukong. There was no mistaking it. Although he had not used secret subjugation or secret resurrection, he had used his innate gift of decomposition. When the 6th mainland had invaded, Bukong had been the youngest and he had looked a little immature. It had been the same during the sovereign tournament. Now Bukong's appearance had changed and his figure was much taller. Even those who had watched the sovereign tournament might not be able to recognize him immediately. However, Lu Yin still had a deep impression of him. Back then, above the cosmic sea, Bukong had single-handedly defeated all of his peers. That scene was still very clear to this day. Bukong's death had been a loss to the 6th mainland, and Lu Yin had once felt pity for him. If Bukong had gone to the cosmic tree he might have been able to accomplish something. Who would have thought that Bukong was still alive? If he was alive, then why was he dead? The mystery ancestor had even taken revenge for him and invaded the Ionian kingdom. What was going on? Could the Ionians have the ability to revive the dead? Lu Yin had a bad premonition. "I'll go with you to the Ionian kingdom," Lu Yin said to Si Xiao. He was shocked. "You want to go with me?" Lu Yin nodded. There shouldn't be any more burial gates on the Greyweed continent. Perhaps there are some in the Starfall Sea and there should be some in the Ionian kingdom as well. Si Xiao's voice was dry. "You're not thinking of snatching the one in the west of the city, are you?" "There's one in the west?" Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Si Xiao nodded. These gates appeared in large numbers a few months ago. 2 appeared in the Ionian kingdom but 1 was destroyed. The other remains in the west of the city. You're not thinking of looking for that burial gate, are you? I advise you to give up. There are too many powerful corpse kings in the west and it's impossible to get close. Lu Yin rubbed his chin. Didn't you say that the west of the city doesn't prohibit people from entering? But they still won't let us go as we please, Si Xiao reminded him. She wanted to persuade him to give up on this idea. Otherwise, if he failed he would implicate Water Goddess Dojo, and even if he succeeded Water Goddess Dojo would be implicated as well. Lu Yin was helpless. Alright, you're right. The west of the city isn't a place I can barge into. Even the east of the city has City Lord Yang that I can't deal with. I don't want to court death. Si Xiao sighed. But I'll still go with you to the Ionian kingdom. We'll find a place along the way and maybe we'll find something. Si Xiao did not doubt him. Normal people would not barge into the west of the city. Although this senior from the Heavenly Fire Dojo had reached the level of an envoy, there were still differences between envoys. He definitely would not court death. After deciding to return to the Ionian kingdom, the two changed directions and headed north. To return to the Ionian kingdom, they had to take a large spacecraft controlled by the Ionians. Other spacecraft could not be used in the Starfall Sea. This was one of the few things that was different from before. The Ionians did not forbid humans from moving about, whether it was adventuring, cultivation, or anything else. Even if there were conflicts between humans, the Ionians would not interfere. They had given the humans of the Starfall Sea the greatest freedom, but they were stuck in key areas such as how to travel and how to communicate. They were not far from the northern coast to begin with, and now that they were traveling at full speed, it only took them a few days to reach the coast. This was not Lu Yin's first time at the coast of the Boundless Continent. Whether it was the first time he had arrived at the Boundless Continent or when he had been chased by Madame Red, he had been here before. He still remembered that the Sea King and Elder Tianshan had been waiting here, as that had been the Sea King's backup plan. Now things had changed and everything had changed. Many people had gathered at the coast, waiting for the large spacecraft to arrive. "Senior sister?" someone exclaimed. Quite a few people walked over from the distance. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was the group from Water Goddess Dojo. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "It's you guys?" The old woman immediately walked over to Xianxia, her eyes filled with excitement. "Xiao, you're not dead?" "Senior sister, we all thought you were dead." "Senior sister, how are you?" There were both men and women in the group and they were all looking at Xianxia. They had also been waiting for the large spacecraft to arrive, and they had coincidentally bumped into her. Xianxia smiled. "I'm fine. The surface of Skyfire's core is still able to withstand the high temperature, but there was a heat wave that blew past. I was trapped and it was very difficult for me to get out." The old woman asked, "Was it the heat wave that pushed me out?" Xianxia glanced at Lu Yin and nodded. Yes. She knew that the heat wave had come from Lu Yin, and he had stopped the others from saving her. He had clearly dragged her down on purpose, but he had said that she had lost her footing and fallen. The old woman was bitter. "I never thought that it would just be a heat wave. I thought that you were dead for sure and I was planning to go back and ask for forgiveness. It's all good now that you're fine." She then looked at Lu Yin, who was not too far away, and asked with uncertainty, "Xiao, did you come here with this person?" Everyone else looked at Lu Yin as well. Xianxia whispered, "I'll explain when we get back to the eastern part of the city. This person has a special identity." The old woman's eyes flashed and she nodded without saying anything else. The rest of Water Goddess Dojo's disciples were curious about Lu Yin, as his image was too strange. It was as if his body had been drained of all water, and it reminded them of their own battle techniques. Chapter 18:14. How much longer? Xianxia asked. The old woman replied, "At least another day. We've already been waiting for half a month." Xianxia replied, "Then we're just in time." The old woman pretended to be angry. "And you're acting like nothing happened. We were scared to death and didn't even dare to tell the Dao Master." Xianxia helplessly replied, "It was an accident. I'm really sorry." More and more people gathered and soon there were at least a few thousand of them. Were they all from the Starfall Sea? Could some of them have entered through the burial gate? Lu Yin scanned them one by one, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, even if there were, it would be useless to find them. They knew that this was the Starfall Sea and only idiots would stay behind if they could return. Those who stayed behind could only mean one thing. The burial gate had already been destroyed. Lu Yin believed that there were many who had entered the Starfall Sea through the burial gate, but now that the burial gate had been destroyed, no one would come back. Only the burial gate guarded by the Eternals would appear. Lu Yin rejoiced that he wasn't one of the unlucky people who had appeared directly at the burial gate in the western part of the city. A corpse king flew through the sky and it was the same corpse king that Lu Yin had fought before. Every time he saw the corpse king, Lu Yin felt uneasy and afraid that he would be discovered. Fortunately, a day later a super-large spacecraft appeared, and everyone boarded one after another. The spacecraft started moving towards the Sea King's dome, or rather the Eternal Kingdom. As he looked at the grey-weed continent that was becoming more and more blurry, Lu Yin didn't know when he would be able to come here again. The Heavy Mountain Dojo still had the 1,000 stacks fist imprint, but he could only display less than 400 stacks at the moment. He would probably have to wait until he became an envoy. As for the battle technique that could display the 1,000 stacks, he didn't know what it would be like. Lu Yin didn't show himself during the journey from the Greyweed continent to the Eternal Kingdom, and he didn't even see Xiao. The old woman asked Xiao several times, but Xiao didn't tell her who Lu Yin was. She didn't know who he was either, only that he was a senior from the Skyfire dojo. The super-large spacecraft vibrated, signaling that they had arrived at the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin opened his eyes and walked out. When he looked over, he was shocked. Was this still the Sea King's dome? Lu Yin still remembered the shock he had felt when he had first arrived at the Sea King's dome. Back then the heavens had not been dark. Instead, a sky-blue radiance had replaced the darkness and enveloped a towering mountain. White clouds circled around the mountain as 7-colored radiance cascaded down, accompanied by a waterfall. Mist rose into the air, making it seem like a paradise. However, with the invasion of the 6th mainland, the Sea King's dome had been turned into a mine. Now even the mountain was gone. It was as if the former Sea King's dome had been wiped off the map. What appeared in front of him was a huge city. Although it was bustling, it gave him a strange feeling of deathly stillness. Many people were smiling, but he could clearly see the helplessness, bitterness, and even despair hidden under their smiles. It was the same for Xiao. It was more normal in the Greyweed continent, but back in the Eternal Kingdom, it was like returning to a predetermined cage. The feeling of being restrained and suppressed made the sky darken. Even though the sky of Eternal Kingdom was bright, it wasn't light. Instead it was darkness. Let's go. Yang Kong and the Dao Master are about to fight in the Eastern Plaza, shouted the old woman. Xiao's face paled, and she hurriedly got off the spacecraft and headed in a certain direction. All of the water god's disciples followed her. It wasn't just them as Lu Yin looked around. Quite a few people were gathering in a certain direction. An enlighter challenging an emissary was unprecedented, at least in the Starfall Sea. It attracted a lot of attention and Lu Yin looked up. Perhaps Wuxia, who controlled the Starfall Sea, was also paying attention. He lifted his foot and headed towards the Eastern Plaza as well. The road was now unfamiliar to him. The Eastern Plaza was located directly north of the eastern part of the Eternal Kingdom. With the destructive power of an emissary, they could easily destroy the entire Eternal Kingdom, let alone a plaza. Fortunately, this plaza wasn't located within the city. It was directly north of the city and bordered the Starfall Sea, which was why the Eastern Plaza had been confirmed as the location of the battle. Although it was said to be at the plaza, the actual location of the battle was the Starfall Sea. When Lu Yin arrived, the plaza was already filled with people. Within the plaza, 2 figures stood facing each other with calm expressions. One of them was the Dao Master of Water God's training grounds, also known as Dao Master C. She was a middle-aged woman with blue hair and an ordinary appearance. Although she couldn't be considered beautiful, she was still pleasing to the eye. Opposite Dao Master C was Yang Kong, who had challenged her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the real Yang Kong. This guy was definitely not Kong. Although his appearance had changed slightly, his silhouette had not changed at all. That aura that resembled Zhang Yang's made Lu Yin even more certain. Dao Master C, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Yang Kong raised his head proudly. Dao Master C's tone was calm. Advancing from the enlighter realm to the emissary realm is a qualitative leap. Are you so sure that you can defeat me? Yang Kong was pleased. Cut the crap. It's not like no one in history has ever done it and there are people who can do it now. If he can do it, then so can I. I won't be any weaker than him. Dao Master C frowned. Then make your move. I'd like to see how you can defeat me. Outside the plaza, Xiao and the other disciples of Water God's training grounds gritted their teeth and glared at Yang Kong. This bastard was using Dao Master C as a stepping stone to climb up, so it was normal for him to lose. An enlighter challenging an emissary could be praised for his courage and talent, but if he won, Dao Master C would lose all face. This person was detestable, but he was still so insufferably arrogant. With a bang, Yang Kong tore through the void and appeared in front of Dao Master C. He struck out with a palm. Outside the plaza, Lu Yin was shocked. His battle style had changed. In the past, Wukong had used his innate gift of disintegration to attack. Now it looked like he was striking out with his palm, but he was using his physical strength instead of his innate gift of disintegration. Since when did Bukong have the confidence to deal with an emissary with his physical strength alone? Dao Master Si remained calm as she faced Yang Kong's palm. She lifted her foot and disappeared, stepping into Astral Source Universe. This was the biggest hurdle for an enlighter to face an emissary. After entering Astral Source Universe, Dao Master Si could see and attack Yang Kong, but Yang Kong was unable to retaliate. Yang Kong had expected this and he waved his hand, using star energy to form a source box array in the void. Dao Master Si attacked and a stream of water swirled around and swept towards Yang Kong. This source box array was indeed powerful and it instantly froze the flow of water. This was the same source box array that Bukong had used on the general appointment platform. It was this source box array that had knocked everyone off the platform. However, his opponent was not an enlighter but rather an emissary. Emissaries used astral sources and could disintegrate star energy. This was the second hurdle for an enlighter to face against an emissary. Without star energy, how could an enlighter fight? Even if Lu Yin's control of star energy had reached the arcane creation realm and could use star energy to absorb attacks from anything, he still could not stably output star energy under the interference of an emissary. Yang Kong was even more so. His source box array was forcefully disintegrated by the flow of water, which then wrapped around Yang Kong and transformed into a teardrop. Outside the plaza, someone cried out, "Water God's tear. This Yang Kong is done for. He'll definitely lose if he's trapped by Water God's tear, and it's a question whether he can even survive." Sea Shower was excited as Water God's tear was one of Water God Training Ground's top battle techniques. Although it looked like it was wrapped in water, it was actually filled with a powerful stirring force. As time passed, the stirring force would grow stronger until eventually, even the user of Water God's tear would be unable to control it. The cultivators of the Greyweed continent knew that when fighting against Water God Training Ground's disciples, they could not be trapped by Water God's tear. Otherwise, even Water God Training Ground's disciples might not be able to save them. All of the Water God Training Ground's disciples breathed heavily as Yang Kong was done for. Lu Yin was surprised as well as this Water God's tear battle technique was quite good. It was filled with complex transformations that constantly strengthened itself. It was like a source box, and if one wanted to break through it, they would either have to admit defeat before the transformations reached the user's limit and allow them to dispel the battle technique, or they could forcefully break through it. Even if one tried to break through it from the outside, it would still be easy to injure the person inside. Breaking through Water God's tear meant that one's attack had surpassed the limits of Water God's tear, and it also surpassed the limits of the person trapped by it. This was a battle technique that could transform itself. Path Master Si walked out of the Astral Source Universe. "If you admit defeat, I can dispel Water God's tear. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Yang Kong clenched his fists and his clothes were torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked up at Path Master Si without saying a word. Path Master Si frowned. "Do you want to die? If you delay any longer, even City Lord Yang won't be able to save you." Yang Kong sneered as his body was cut by the Water God's tear. Fresh blood flowed out, and the tear gradually turned from colorless to a scarlet color. Path Master Si's eyes flickered. She did not want to kill this person as that would offend City Lord Yang. Even though she was an envoy, she still felt a sense of fear when facing City Lord Yang. City Lord Yang was not someone she could match up to. Just as Path Master Si was about to dispel the Water God's tear, a hand reached out with the scarlet tear, and to everyone's shock, it suddenly tore apart. The Water God's tear suddenly exploded, and scarlet droplets of water scattered in all directions. Yang Kong walked out with a ferocious expression. His body was covered in blood and his eyes had turned gray. Lu Yin was shocked. "Gray eyes transformation?" Path Master Si cried out. "Corpse King transformation?" Yang Kong sneered. "You're mistaken." He then leaped out and charged at Path Master Si. Path Master Si stepped into Astral Source Universe once again and disappeared. Yang Kong's body froze and remained motionless. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Astral Source Universe was a hurdle that only the fourth young ancestor of the Astral Tree domain could break through. Before him, no enlighter from the 5th and 6th mainlands had been able to break through this hurdle. Of course, that was with the exception of the older generation's powerhouses that he did not understand, as Lu Yin had rarely met any of the older generation's top geniuses. Whether or not Yang Kong could defeat Pathmaster C would depend on whether or not he could break through the hurdle of Astral Source Universe. With his gray eyes transformation, he had already broken through the hurdle of star energy suppression. Within Astral Source Universe, Pathmaster C took action again, and the water flowed out and transformed into the Water God's tear. This time the tear successfully enveloped Yang Kong, and the transformation was twice as fast as before. Yang Kong's eyes changed again, becoming green. His entire body seemed to have grown larger, and he tore the tear apart with both hands. He stared in a certain direction, took a step forward, and disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. He had broken through, and he could now enter Astral Source Universe. He had successfully broken through the barrier and become the second enlighter after Lu Yin to be able to challenge an emissary. This was something that even the Prime Clear had not been able to do, but Bukong had done it ahead of them. He had relied on the Eternal's Corpse King transformation. Chapter 1815. The Corpse King transformation was indeed a terrifying battle technique. In his opinion, this battle technique's value was no less than that of the Three Suns' ancestral qi, and it might even surpass it. In the Hall of Honor's long history, only the Shangqing had successfully cultivated the Three Suns' ancestral qi. As for the Corpse King transformation, it wasn't just a Corpse King that could cultivate it. Even a human could cultivate it. For example, Zirong had also cultivated it. However, compared to Bukong, Zirong's Corpse King transformation was clearly different. Being able to step into the Astral Source Universe meant that Yang Kong was qualified to fight against Dao Master C. Dao Master C's expression changed for the first time, and she could no longer remain calm. She watched as Yang Kong drew closer and closer to her. She stretched out her hands, causing water to surge out and form two mountains that pressed down on Yang Kong. The two were nowhere to be seen in the plaza, and the next moment they appeared above the Starfall Sea. The cliffs formed by the water pressed down on Yang Kong from both sides. Si Xiao bit her lip. Twin cliffs. Master has even used her innate gift. The old woman's expression turned even uglier. Although she couldn't understand the envoy's battle, she could clearly sense that Dao Master C had been forced out. The two cliffs formed by the water pressed down on Yang Kong. Dao Master C raised a finger, causing the water to turn into a thread that shot out and pierced through Yang Kong's shoulder. Admit defeat or the next attack will be your head. Yang Kong's green eyes stared at Dao Master C and then he smiled. I told you that you would definitely lose. He didn't do anything else, but his power level suddenly soared. At the same time, his injuries instantly healed, and he pushed aside the two cliffs and charged towards Dao Master C. Dao Master C's eyes narrowed, and Yang Kong pressed a palm against her abdomen. It's over. There was a thump as the water around Dao Master C's body surged, and her body crashed into the eastern city, cracking the ground. Water God's disciples hurriedly rushed over. Everyone else watched in shock. Yang Kong had sent Dao Master C flying? How had he done it? His aura, power level, and injuries had all changed in an instant, and no one knew what had happened. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, it was Bukong. Just now, Bukong had simultaneously used the secret subjugation technique, the secret resurrection technique, and the innate talent decomposition technique. If Dao Lord C hadn't held back and protected her body with water, she wouldn't have just been seriously injured. Her body might have been forcefully decomposed by Bukong, and there would only be one outcome: death. This person was Bukong and had mastered the secret magic of the Sixth Mainland. His talent and personality were all the same. He wasn't dead. From the fact that he was able to use a secret technique, Lu Yi knew that his memories hadn't disappeared, and he even knew how to set up sourcebox arrays. What had the Eternals done to him? In the eastern part of the city, a large area of buildings had been destroyed. Dao Master C lay on the ground, clutching her stomach, her face deathly pale. Si Xiao and the others gathered around her. Dao Lord C waved her hand. It's fine. She looked off into the distance where Yang Kong stood towering over the Starfall Sea, looking at her with cold arrogance. Si Xiao and the others glared angrily at Yang Kong. You won, Dao Master C admitted bitterly. The disciples of the water goddess Bodhisattva were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. Yang Kong was pleased with himself. I told you before that you're not my match. That's what I said during our first battle. Yang Kong, if it weren't for the Corpse King transformation, you wouldn't have been able to beat me. Dao Master C was helped up and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was also unwilling to accept this outcome. Yang Kong snorted. So what? The Corpse King transformation is also a type of battle technique. Can your Water God's dojo fight without using the Water God's tear? What a weakling's nonsense. Yang Kong, don't go too far. Xiao shouted angrily. However, Yang Kong ignored her. He was arrogant and these people were not worthy of his attention. Dao Lord C, you've lost. Remember what you promised me. With that, Yang Kong's silhouette vanished as he left. Xiao hurriedly asked, Master, what did you promise him? Everyone else looked at Dao Master C. She bitterly replied, we'll talk about it when we get back. The battle between Yang Kong and Dao Master C had shocked many people. And in lighter, defeating an emissary was something that had never been recorded in the history of the Starfall Sea, but it had happened today. To those who lived in the Starfall Sea, this was inconceivable. As the spectators dispersed, news of this incident would definitely spread, and the entire Starfall Sea would know about it. In the eastern part of the city at Water God's dojo, Dao Master C had recovered somewhat, and her face was no longer as pale as before. The disciples of Water God's dojo all looked gloomy. Dao Master C calmly said, victory and defeat are common. I've lost, but you guys just have to win it back for me in the future. There are too many geniuses in the universe and Yang Kong is just one of them. Some people become successful when they're young while others mature later. Back then, my Water God's dojo was suppressed by the Skyfire dojo to the point that we couldn't even breathe. Master, this disciple understands, Xiao said firmly. Dao Master C nodded and waved her hand, dismissing everyone. She then looked at Lu Yin. He had been following behind Xiao the entire time, even after returning to Water God's dojo. He could choose not to follow her to Water God's dojo, but Dao Master C was a powerhouse on the same level as the East City emissary, and her understanding of the Eternal Kingdom was much better than his wandering around alone. Who is this? Dao Master C was puzzled. The old woman also looked over curiously. Xiao replied, this is a senior who lives in seclusion in Skyfire dojo. Dao Master C was shocked. Skyfire dojo? She stared at Lu Yin, her gaze gradually sinking. Who are you from Skyfire dojo? Skyfire dojo and Water God's dojo had always been competitors, so she should have recognized him if he was from Skyfire dojo. Furthermore, Lu Yin looked like he had been drained of all his water, which seemed more like a disguise to her. Lu Yin was indeed in disguise. Skyfire dojo's Lai Yanzi, Lu Yin said. Xiao blinked. Lai Yanzi? This was the first time she had heard Lu Yin mention this name. Dao Master C suddenly moved, surrounding Lu Yin with a stream of water. She spoke sternly, who are you? There's no one in Skyfire dojo named Lai Yanzi. There is. Lu Yin was very certain. Dao Master C barked. Speak. Who are you? Lai Yanzi. The old woman cried out, I remember now. There was indeed someone named Lai Yanzi in Skyfire dojo's history. He once fought for the position of dojo master but he failed and died. Are you Lai Yanzi? Lu Yin was bewildered. There really was such a person? He had just casually mentioned it and it didn't matter if his identity was real or not. Skyfire dojo had already been destroyed, and Dao Master C couldn't verify his identity. Even if he was exposed as a fake, so what? He could just leave. Lu Yin knew that he had to convince himself before he could convince others. He was convinced that he was Lai Yanzi, so how could someone from Water God's dojo refute him? This was Lu Yin's reasoning. Dao Master C naturally knew that there was someone named Lai Yanzi in Skyfire dojo's history, but she was just probing. Besides, Lai Yanzi was already dead, so how could another Lai Yanzi appear? Lai Yanzi died many years ago and Tian Yanzi wasn't even born back then. Why should we believe you when you say that you're Lai Yanzi? Dao Master C asked warily. More and more water flowed out, and once she confirmed that Lu Yin was lying, she wouldn't hesitate to use Water God's tear. Buin. I didn't die back then, but I was heavily injured and went into seclusion. I stayed under Skyfire dojo's core and only came out now. You can ask your disciple where she met me. Dao Master C looked at Xiao recounted how she had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out the Skyfire stone. Dao Master C recognized the stone. This is Tian Yanzi's power vessel. Why do you have it? I don't know. When I came out, I was right under Skyfire Dojo's core, Lu Yin answered. Dao Master C stared at Lu Yin's eyes and then retracted the water. She said sadly, "It doesn't matter if you're Lai Yanzi or not. The Starfall Sea is now under the control of the Eternals. Since you're a human, then live on. There's no need to fight anymore." She still didn't believe that Lu Yin was Lai Yanzi, but under the current circumstances she couldn't figure out what benefits Lu Yin could gain by pretending to be someone from Skyfire Dojo or what he could do against Water God's dojo. Although the Eternals didn't restrict human freedom, everyone knew that everything was under their control. Water God's dojo and even City Lord Yang were the same, so it didn't matter if another person from Skyfire Dojo popped out. Lu Yin took up residence in Water God's dojo as a matter of course. He had leveled the Sea King's dome and established the current Eternal Kingdom. If the Sea King Haichichi and the others knew about this, who knew how they would feel? The Eternal Kingdom here was very similar to the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom, with towering buildings that reached into the clouds. The architectural style was similar to that of Night King Planet, and it was filled with a monotonous, lonely, and oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, compared to Night King Planet and the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom, this place was much livelier. It was full of people and the architectural style was brought to a different level of hustle and bustle. This was the ability of humans. Given enough time, they could assimilate many things. Water God's dojo occupied a large area, and Lu Yin had his own courtyard. The old woman would occasionally stare at his courtyard with a vigilant gaze. Xiao had tried to look for Lu Yin several times, but she had stopped her. Here there was both day and night. When night fell, a giant crescent moon hung in the sky, as if it had risen and fallen from the Starfall Sea. It overlooked the entire Eternal Kingdom from the highest point of the tower, and it was like a pair of eyes that watched over everyone. Lu Yin looked up and stared at the huge crescent moon, his thoughts unknown. Xiao came over and sat beside Lu Yin. "Senior, are you really Li Yanzi?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yeah." Xiao propped up her chin. "I don't know why, but Master and the others just don't believe me." Lu Yin smiled. "Li Yanzi is a dead person in the records and it was a long time ago. It's normal for them not to believe me. Your seniority is higher than my master's. What was the Greyweed continent like when you were young?" Xiao asked curiously. Lu Yin pursed his lips. How would he know what the Greyweed continent was like? Back then. He sighed and Xiao looked forward to it. "I forgot." Xiao blinked. "What?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "I forgot." Xiao was confused. Forgotten? How could you forget?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "How could you not forget? It's too long ago. Can you remember everything from when you were 3 years old?" Xiao shook her head honestly. "That's right. It's only been a few decades since you were 3, but what about me? How many years have passed since then? There can be many of you, so isn't it normal to forget?" Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. Chapter 1816. Xiao thought about it and felt that it made sense, but she still felt that something was off. She was a calm person and she quickly figured out what the problem was. She was about to speak. "What did your master promise Yang Kong?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Xiao's eyes dimmed and she was in low spirits. "Master promised to accompany Yang Kong through the burial gate." Lu Yin was shocked. "The burial gate? Didn't the Eternals announce that it's a gate of death that forbids humans from entering?" Xiao replied, "Yang Kong knows that it's the burial gate and so does Master. They need to enter the burial gate to complete a mission set by the Eternals. Yang Kong is the leader of this mission and he wants to select a group of people." "Is that why they took a fancy to your master?" "Yes. Master is an emissary and the number 2 expert in the Eastern City, second only to City Lord Yang. Naturally he was chosen. However, Master refused at first and the Eternals didn't force him either. Yang Kong then made a bet with Master. If Master won, he could do whatever he wanted, but if he lost, he would have to accompany him through the burial gate." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Eternals had set a mission for Yang Kong that didn't force Dao Master C. This meant that Yang Kong was the leader of this mission and he was very eager to complete it. He remembered that corpse kings couldn't enter the burial gate as they would die without a doubt. This was something that had been discovered when the burial gate had first appeared, so why did Yang Kong dare to enter? He had clearly cultivated a Corpse King transformation, so could it be that the Eternal's Corpse King transformation had reached a level that ordinary people could cultivate? Since Yang Kong was a real human and hadn't been modified at all, this meant that there had been a huge problem with his death. He might not have been resurrected, and it was very likely that he hadn't died in the first place. Had he joined the Eternals or something else? If Lu Yin wanted to know the answer, he had to get close to Yang Kong. What Lu Yin wanted to do the most right now was to enter the burial gate. There was only one way to accomplish these two goals. Enter Yang Kong's eyes and become one of the people who would accompany him on this mission. Is your master being controlled? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia whispered, she's been poisoned. If she doesn't get the antidote within a certain period of time, she'll definitely die. Even an emissary can't do anything about it. This poison was developed by the Eternals, and humans have no antidote. A vitality poison? Lu Yin. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. How does Senior know? I met him when I was younger, Lu Yin replied before stretching lazily. Come with me to the west side of the city tomorrow. Xianxia was shocked. West City? Senior, are you going to the West City? That place is filled with corpse kings. That's why I have to go and take a look. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win. During my time, corpse kings were very rare, and I never thought that the entire Starfall Sea would become the domain of corpse kings the moment I left seclusion. I don't know how you people of the later generations have managed to guard this place, but I want to see what the western part of the city is like and how many corpse kings there are. Not because of that door? Xianxia was not stupid and probed. Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. Is that door in the middle of the road? Xianxia shook her head. Then how can I see it? Force his way in. It's not like you're courting death. Right, go back. He waved his hand and chased Xianxia out. Xianxia walked out of Lu Yin's courtyard when the old woman arrived. How was it? What did you find out? Xianxia thought back to everything Lu Yin had said. I didn't get anything out of him, but he's heading to the west of the city tomorrow. The old woman was shocked. West City? What are you going there for? Did he tell you that? Xianxia nodded. He wants me to go with him. No, absolutely not. The western part of the city is too dangerous. Those corpse kings are all imprisoned, and if they can really control themselves to not harm humans, then why would the western part of the city prohibit them from leaving? No humans would dare to enter the western part of the city. You can't go, but it's his business. Xianxia bit her lip. I want to take a look. No. Xianxia walked out of the void with a solemn expression. You're not allowed to go to the western part of the city. If he wants to go, then let him go. Xianxia was stubborn. Master, I want to understand those corpse kings. Since there are two cities in the Eternal Kingdom, and the corpse kings in the western part of the city are strictly prohibited from leaving, it means that the Eternals really don't want to harm the humans in the eastern part of the city. We won't be harmed in the western part of the city either, so how can we deal with them if we don't understand them? Shut up. What do you know? Xianxia barked. She then turned to the old woman. Take her back. She's not allowed to go anywhere. Xianxia wanted to say more, but she was pulled away by the old woman. Xianxia looked towards Lu Yin's courtyard, and Lu Yin happened to be looking outside as well. They were separated by a wall, but the two seemed to be able to see each other's gazes. One had a weak personality who had submitted to a strong enemy and could only endure humbly. The other was overbearing, filled with a desire to explore and attack, and was adept at breaking through rigid structures. They were two completely different people. Lu Yin overheard their conversation, but he did not blame them. Pointless resistance would only lead to death. If he were in Si Zhao's shoes, he would not be willing to risk his life for someone of unknown origins. To them, a peaceful life was enough. Even if their dignity was trampled on, it was fine as long as they could survive. The next day, Lu Yin headed to the western part of the city with Xianxia by his side. He had secretly brought Xianxia out of the city, so he could have come to the western part of the city himself. However, since Xianxia wanted to come as well, he had brought her along. Xianxia knew that Lu Yin was powerful, but she had not expected him to be able to bring her out of Water God Training Hall without alerting her master. Senior, what realm are you at? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin casually replied, about the same as your master. I don't believe it. You were able to bring me out of Water God Training Hall, and you even went into seclusion to study Heavenly Fire Dao Training Hall's core. It's said that even Dao Lord Tianyanzi doesn't dare to enter the core. My master also said that those who can stay in the core are powerhouses whose power levels exceed 600,000, Xianxia said. Luyin paused. We've arrived at the western part of the city. The two were currently at the top of a mountain. The center of the Eternal Kingdom was separated by a short mountain that divided the eastern and western parts of the city. Luyin and Xianxia were currently at the top of the mountain, looking towards the west. The eastern and western parts of the city had similar architectural styles, but compared to the liveliness and prosperity of the eastern part of the city, the western part was deathly still. There were also many figures on the streets, but these figures were exactly the same as the ones in the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom. They were walking corpses without any signs of life, as if they were just walking for the sake of walking. There was no noise in the entire city, and there were only occasional sounds which were hair-raising chewing sounds. Luyin had heard these sounds before in the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom. Has anyone entered the western part of the city? Luyin asked. Xianxia replied, I don't know, but City Lord Yang should have. After all, he's the city lord of the eastern part of the city. Luyin led Xianxia down the mountain and stepped onto the ground of the western part of the city. They were greeted by a corpse king. The corpse king stared at Luyin and Xianxia, its scarlet vertical eyes sending chills down their spines. Xiaoxia's face paled and she gulped. After a while the corpse king left without saying a word. How were the two of them? Luyin led Xianxia into the western part of the city. With the Eternal's current plan, their safety was guaranteed. Luyin had entered the western part of the city out of curiosity, but also because he wanted to attract the attention of certain people. The people of the eastern part of the city did not dare to enter the western part of the city, but he had. This was enough to attract the attention of certain people, regardless of whether they were from the western or eastern part of the city. With his image, no one would be able to recognize him, and he did not need to hide any of his strength. He was Li Yanzi, an expert from the Skyfire Dojo who had failed to vie for the position of Dao Master. He had been in seclusion for countless years and had eventually become an emissary. Xianxia followed closely behind Luyin as they walked through the western part of the city. The buildings on both sides made her think that this was the eastern part of the city. They were almost identical, and she even saw the Water God Dojo's buildings. The corpse king passed by, sending chills down their spines. Chewing sounds came from its mouth as if it was swallowing something. Xianxia felt like a corpse king was staring at them. Luyin was much more casual. Don't worry. The Eternals spent so much effort to build the eastern and western parts of the city, and they also clearly stated that the corpse kings are not allowed to leave. They want to create a scene where the corpse kings coexist with humans. They won't let anything happen to us. Didn't you want to understand the corpse kings? Luyin suddenly raised a hand and grabbed a corpse king that was passing by. Xianxia was shocked as she had not expected Luyin to be so bold. The corpse king was stunned as well, and its scarlet vertical eyes stared at Xianxia. It growled softly and struggled to break free, but it could not do so no matter how hard it tried. On the streets, many corpse kings were watching this scene. Xiaoxia's face paled. Senior, let him go. Luyin tossed the corpse king away. The corpse king turned around and roared. It wanted to attack, but in the end it held back. Luyin's gaze swept the surroundings and he suddenly looked into the distance. There, a pair of scarlet vertical eyes gave him immense pressure. This was definitely an expert that he could not deal with. Luyin narrowed his eyes and stared at the scarlet eyes for a moment before turning around. Let's go back to the eastern part of the city. Xianxia was confused. Back. Do you still want to stay and chat with them? Luyin asked. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Luyin had only come to the western part of the city to make his presence known. He had indeed attracted attention. Someone who dared to barge into the western part of the city and even attack a corpse king had attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Eternal Kingdom. That night, Luyin was still looking at the crescent moon in the sky. His gaze shifted and a figure walked out of the void behind him and attacked him with a palm. The palm's strength was fierce and Luyin was not unfamiliar with it. It was Yang Kong. But it was not Kong. This palm was no different from the first one he had used against Zhou. Just as the palm was about to land on Luyin's body, Yang Kong thought that he would be hit. He looked at Luyin as if he was looking at a dead man. Luyin disappeared. He entered the astral source universe. Yang Kong's palm missed and the palm's strength pierced through the ground and shook the eastern part of the city. The terrifying strength caused the ground of Water God Training Hall to crack apart. Many people in Water God Training Hall were affected, and some even had their legs crushed. She walked out and glared at Yang Kong. "What are you doing?" Yang Kong ignored her, and a terrifying aura spread out and broke through the void, distorting the sky above the Eternal Kingdom. His eyes turned green as he took a step forward and entered the astral source universe.